Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israel's latest strikes and evacuation orders in Gaza have killed dozens, deepened the hunger crisis and crippled humanitarian operations as ceasefire talks stall. Plus, Iran is set to resume nuclear talks with Europe as a threat of renewed UN sanctions loom. And sectarian violence rocks southern Syria as Bedouin fighters threaten to storm Sueda yet again over the stalled hostage deal. Deadly chaos is unfolding in Gaza, where Israeli forces reportedly killed over 90 Palestinians trying to collect aid as hunger displacement reached critical levels. The UN says Israel's latest evacuation orders have shattered remaining humanitarian lifelines, pushing over 2 million people into just 12% of the territory. Meanwhile, ceasefire talks appear to be faltering, with Hamas warning that the rising death toll and starvation could derail negotiations. For more on this, I'm joined by our Tel Aviv correspondent, Blake Sifton. Blake, what has the Israeli military said to explain the decision to open fire on Palestinians who are just seeking aid? And based on what you've observed, how do these explanations compare with the situation that we're seeing on the ground?
In response to the killings at the aid distribution point near the Zakim crossing in northern Gaza yesterday, the Israeli military acknowledged firing. However, they said that they were warning shots to remove an immediate threat posed to the troops. They also said that the death toll being released by local health authorities was greatly exaggerated. Of course, Israeli soldiers have been implicated in near daily shootings, deadly shootings, near aid distribution points across Gaza. And these have become basically standard justifications. They say they only fire in self-defense and only fire warning shots. What's different this time is that the World Food Program has directly accused Israeli forces of firing on the crowd with sniper fire as well as tank fire. The World Food Program has reasonable working relations with the Israeli government, and their version of events will lead serious credibility to the witness testimony being recorded on the ground. Also, just within the last couple of hours, the foreign ministers of 26 nations, including the UK, Australia, France, and Canada, have come out with a joint statement on this issue. They condemned what they call the drip feeding of aid and inhumane killing of civilians, including children, seeking to meet their most basic needs of water and food.
Blake, what more can you tell us about the Israeli raids that we're hearing about today in Deir al-Balah and the impact on the civilians who are simply trying to flee the area?
Those attacks began early on Monday morning with heavy airstrikes and shelling from naval ships as well as artillery. Israeli tanks and armored vehicles have entered Deir al-Balah. There is heavy machine gun fire being reported. Of course, Deir al-Balah is home to tens of thousands of Palestinians, internally displaced Palestinians who fled earlier invasions of Rafah and Khan Yunis. And when the evacuation order was issued by the Israeli military on Sunday morning, thousands of them began collecting what little they could and began fleeing to the south. Deir al-Balah, while it suffered airstrikes in the past, it has never seen an Israeli ground invasion. It's one of the few locations in Gaza that has not suffered a ground invasion. So the infrastructure there had been relatively intact. Al-Aqsa Hospital, which is one of the last remaining functioning hospitals in Gaza, is in Deir al-Balah, and many humanitarian organizations, including UN organizations, are based there. So there are fears that if open combat continues in Deir al-Balah and that the area is ravaged, that this critical infrastructure, these critical services, could be badly affected. As well, it should be noted that the reason Israeli forces had not entered Deir al-Balah in the past is because it's believed that at least some of the Israeli hostages being held in Gaza are there, and there was concerns that a ground operation there could lead to them being harmed. So the family members of these hostages are outraged and are greatly in fear that this ground operation could see harm come to their loved ones.
Blake Sifton in Tel Aviv, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to continue this conversation. We're joined from Amman by Juliet Touma, who's the UNRWA Director of Communications. Juliet, first of all, thanks for joining us. What can you tell us about the reports that we're hearing of civilians being killed while simply trying to collect aid? How is this affecting the ability of UNRWA to distribute supplies safely in the region?
Thanks so much for having me. Look, the current distribution that is managed by the American and Israeli governments is dangerous, is not working, it's taking more lives than saving lives in the Gaza Strip. Starving people are absolutely desperate for some food have been killed. We estimate that it could be up to 1,000 people killed since this new float mechanism started operating just at the end of May.
Tell us a bit, Juliet, about the current conditions civilians are facing. We're hearing that everyone's crammed into the remaining 12% of territory in Gaza right now. So what are the conditions like on the ground for people?
Yes, well, people have been ordered to look for safety, which is non-existent in Gaza once again. And the population of about 2 million people, half of them are children, are crammed in just over 1/10 of the Gaza Strip. And the situation is desperate, to say the least. It's an understatement. I woke up this morning to messages, SOS messages from staff who were looking for food for days on end before they could find a bag of flour. Our staff are fainting due to exhaustion and hunger and starvation while they are on duty. So the caretakers themselves need care now in Gaza.
And you briefly mentioned it there, Juliet, but aside from the day-to-day issues that your staff are facing, what risks are they in, especially in areas like Deir al-Balah, which we're hearing today military operations from Israel have expanded into there as well?
That's where most of the humanitarian presence, not only for UNRWA, but also for other humanitarian organizations, that's where we've been based. We've been ourselves, like the rest of the community, being shuffled around from Gaza City to the south in Rafah, then to Khan Yunis, then to Deir al-Balah. And so we've also had to move. And eventually we've settled, so to speak, in that part of Gaza. Now, it's incredibly dangerous, including for staff who are currently there. I've spoken to one staff member who said that they escaped the shelter they were displaced to and taking refuge in just a few hours before that shelter was bombed.
UNRWA and your representatives have said that food is stockpiled just outside Gaza. What is preventing it from reaching those who really, at this stage, critically need it most? What needs to change to make that happen?
Yes, we've got just over 6,000 trucks of aid here in Jordan and also in Egypt, full of food that's soon expiring, full of medicines and medical and hygiene supplies meant for the communities across Gaza. There's been a siege since the 2nd of March imposed by the Israeli authorities. And as a result, UNRWA has been banned to bring in any of these basic life-saving supplies into Gaza. And meanwhile, it is absolutely horrendous to watch images of babies dying because of lack of food, and more fragile and vulnerable adults also dying because of severe malnutrition.
Juliet, worrying that in the last 24 hours, 19 people have died from starvation, and there's obviously an escalation in attacks that we're seeing in the last 24 hours. Is this attack and this escalation going to affect the aid that has been sent out? And also, are aid seekers being deterred? What protection is on the ground for anyone at this stage?
Okay, let's set the record straight. There's not much aid going in, huh? And what is coming in is a little drip or drop, huh? We have thousands, like I said, of trucks that must be let in. So the gates must be open. There must be pressure from countries around the world on the state of Israel to open the gates, to lift the siege, to reach a deal, to release the hostages, to bring in a volume of humanitarian supplies under the administration and coordination of UNRWA. And back then, we will have a ceasefire, so it will be safe for us to distribute that aid, just like we did for the short-lived period from January to March earlier this year.
Juliet Touma from UNRWA, thank you so much for joining us. Iran says it will meet with European powers for nuclear talks in Istanbul this Friday, the first since last month's US strikes on its nuclear facilities. The talks come as Britain, France and Germany all threaten to reimpose UN sanctions if Tehran fails to return to the negotiating table. Iran, meanwhile, is warning it could pull back from key security commitments if it's pressured further. For more on this, I'm joined in the studio by a member of the National Security Committee of Germany's ruling CDU party, Mustafa Alamar. Mustafa, thank you for joining us in the studio. First of all, do you think the chances of these talks in Istanbul are going to progress into something meaningful on Iran's nuclear program, or what is the next step, do you think?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's, with Iran, there is nothing guarantee that is something going to be successful in this way, because, we've been trying to do a lot of diplomatic talk. We've been trying to also to bring Iranian to the table since many, many years, but, they are trying always to escape from the dialogue. So this time, Germany is ready, not only Germany, but the E3 are ready and willing to convince Iranian to come in a peaceful way. But if not, I think there is also another, let's say, we are very, very hard and very rushed this time because there is nothing between. Are they going to cooperate with us, with the E3? Or if not, there is the snapbacks on the table. So I think this is the only weapon that they are, or let's say the only paper that are in the hand in the European right now. But for sure, we are coordinating also with the United States of America, and we are following what the United States of America are going to do. But first of all, we have to see. Let's be, I would say, optimistic about this meeting the Friday, because this is also the preparing meeting before the end of summer. So I hope that they are going to do something which be good for the and to also to how to say that to involve to support also the peace movement in the region. But myself, in my opinion, let me say, as a security expert in that way, Iranian, they are always trying to to play the role of the gangster. They are never. We cannot trust them in a security way, because we just sanctioned them in the 15th of July this month. It was with the support of Germany. European, they are sanctioned a group called Sindashti. This is group, and this group is let's say that this is the arm of Iranian. They try to kidnapping and to killing also journalists, and try also to kidnap many Iranian people who living in Germany. And this is also a very clear threat for our national security in Europe, and not only for the national security, but also this is a big threat for the globe security. And we try to do our best, and we sanction them. This is a very good thing. I think, let's say, this is the very strong move from the Europeans since many years. So we are doing good at this time, especially we have now a new government with our leadership from Friedrich Merz. This man, we call it in Germany a Macher, meaning that this man a play power. So this is something power player in the globe, and I think he's going to do good things for the globe, not only for the Europe.
Now, you did mention the snapback as well. How likely and how serious is the E3's snapback threat? Do you think it will come to fruition? How is Berlin going to approach this, first of all, given Germany's role in the efforts to revive this nuclear deal?
Well, this is also a very good question, because, as I said, now we're having a new government. That means we are not related to any previous government. We're having our new art and a new way, and we deal with all conflicts very seriously. we're having a new chancellor, and this chancellor, Friedrich Merz, as I say, we call it a macher. A macher, that means power player. So that means he's the one who really want to get things good and done in a good way. So, and I think that we are much better than before. But I hope that the Iranian, now let's say the ball is in the Iranian court, and I hope they are going to listen very well, because if that we are going to do the snapback, so that will be also an awareness for the region here, especially also for the Gulf states and also for the Middle East. It will be maybe a very big action in the future.
We've heard Iran accusing Britain, France and Germany of violating the 2015 nuclear deal. Do you believe those claims are valid?
Well, as I said, we have now a new government, a new face, and I think now we are much powerful than before.
But do you is there any validity to the claims that this has been, be it by the old government or the new government, has there been a violation, do you think, of the 2015 deal?
Well, now we're having, after what happened, since the last tensions and since the last escalation, I think now we are facing a new era, we call it Zeitenwende. That means a new turning point. So I think everything will change for the good way to be protected, our security and also the globe security.
Iran's threat to pull back from its security commitments, do you think that's going to destabilise the region a lot more than we're currently seeing? We have to keep pressure. We have to keep also the pressure on Iranian. So that means that we need to do more sanctions packet. That means more sanction package. That means that will also eliminate the Iranian, because Iranian, they are never using their military. They try always to using Houthis terrorism. They try to using also Hamas. They try to using always their group and their arms in Iraq even. So we need to be aware about that. But I think with the sanction, with the new government, with the new faces, I think we're going to reach a good result. What more sanctions do you think you could see in the next couple of weeks if Iran don't come to the negotiating table? Well,
the big things that I always focus, not only also my colleagues and also many security experts, that we need to list the IRGC. This is call it of Arabic Al-Haras Al-Thawri. We need to put it on the terrorism list. We need to sanction them very hard in European, like what another countries did here in GCC countries. They did that. So why we have not do this? And if we are really able and capable also to do with the GCC, to be also our partner in the near future, to cooperate to de-escalation also the situation. So we need also to take, we need to also to pay attention for the security, because we have to put, which they call it on Arabic, Al-Haras Al-Thawri, the RGC. So we need to do it immediately on the European list.
We've mentioned a lot about Europe, we've mentioned a lot about the GCC. Russia and China, what role do you see them playing in this? They've got an upcoming meeting as well with Iran. Could the Western pressure influence that meeting, do you think?
Well, Russia try always to escape from the war for the invasion in Ukraine. I think Russia need now more to focus on the dialogue or to sit together on table with the Ukrainian, because to involve now on this matter or on this conflict, I think this is just an illusion. So it's better now to stop the war in Ukraine and to start a new pages. Maybe this is also with the help of the GCC. We're still waiting to see some results, but I don't think so that Russia or China can play a big role with the Iranian side. So Iranian need to decide itself. Otherwise, as I say, the snapbacks is on the table.
Well, I appreciate you coming to the studio and to talk to us today. Mustafa Al-Ammar, thank you so much, member of the National Security Committee of Germany's ruling CDU party. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba says he will stay on as the leader. That's despite his ruling coalition's setback in the upper house election. Ishiba says he plans to lead upcoming trade negotiations with the United States. The ruling coalition secured 47 seats, that's 3 short of the 50 that's needed, to maintain control of the upper chamber. 5 days of torrential rain in South Korea has left at least 17 people dead and 11 more missing. Southern regions have been hit by up to around 24 to 31 inches of rain since the downpour began last week. The government weather forecaster predicts that the rainfall is likely to stop by Sunday, but that will be followed by a heat wave. At least 5 people have died and 284 have been rescued from a ferry fire off the coast of Indonesia's Sulawesi Island. Passengers were seen diving into the water with life jackets to escape the flames from the KM Barcelona 5 vessel. According to officials, the blaze is believed to have started on the upper deck. 6 people have been arrested. The latest protest outside a hotel that is used to house asylum seekers in Essex in the UK. Protesters marched with placards that read, "Save our kids and deport foreign rapists." The disorder followed the arrest and charge of an asylum seeker on suspicion of an alleged sexual assault. The Chinese Premier has attended the launching ceremony of a megadam project on the Tibetan Plateau. Once completed, it is expected to become the world's largest hydroelectric facility. The plans don't come without controversy, though. Yana Li in Beijing has more details.
China's premier is calling this a project of the century. 5 years after it was first announced, construction has started on a minimum $167 billion dam on the Yarlung Zangbo. Now that's the river that flows through the Tibetan plateau. Built as the world's biggest hydroelectric facility, it is set to have 5 mega power stations. The Yarlung Zangbo was picked because of its potential. A part of it has a 2,000-meter drop, making it ideal for hydropower. If you remember China's famous Three Gorges Dam on the Yangtze River, well, this one will be 3 times the size of that one. And the goal with this hydropower dam is to produce as much electricity every year as what all of Britain consumes. The new dam could thus help China with its clean energy initiatives as authorities push towards their net zero emissions targets for 2060. But not everyone is thrilled with the news. First of all, further downstream lies India and Bangladesh. The Yarlung Zangbo actually becomes the Brahmaputra River. One Indian leader says that this Chinese project could dry out some 80% of the waters passing through his estate, Arunachal Pradesh. Plus, Beijing's potential capacity to turn the tap on and off to vast populations in other countries may not be a prospect they're particularly comfortable with. New Delhi has already raised concerns with Beijing back in December. It also doesn't help that India and China have had rather difficult relations as of late, though their ties have defrosted after a 4-year deadlock. A colossal project like this one could add some tension. Environmental NGOs, too, aren't impressed, arguing that the ecological diversity of the Tibetan plateau could be threatened, and they're also concerned about the potential displacement of local populations, too. Beijing insists, though, that a thorough examination of the environmental impact has been done and that China will not try to benefit from the river at the expense of its neighbours. For now, markets at least seem to be very keen on the idea. Shares for several Chinese building companies and cement makers have jumped. Such a major construction project, of course, is bound to have trickle-down effects on multiple sectors and boost economic growth.
Deadly sectarian clashes in southern Syria have displaced over 120,000 people and left dozens dead as fighting between Druze Bedouin militias spills into a second week. The Syrian government has begun evacuating Bedouin families from Sweda, where a fragile ceasefire is barely holding. Bedouin fighters say they won't wait much longer, warning they'll storm the city if their injured and detained are not released. For more on this story, we're joined by political analyst Hamdan Rafai. Hamdan, thank you. First of all, what does this eruption of sectarian violence in Sweda that we're seeing yet again tell us about the fragility of Syria's post-war landscape, especially in a minority-dominated area like Sweda?
Well, it's important to understand that there are 2 camps involved in stabilizing Syria and destabilizing Syria. So one camp wants to bring stability, the other camp wants to destabilize it. And the destabilizing camp are the minorities. Many of them are supported by Israel, and the Syrian government doesn't have control of much of these areas that are inhabited by small percentages of minorities ranging from 10% to much higher percentages like the Druze areas. So what we see is the Druze in Sweda and elsewhere seeing an opportunity to self-govern, have privilege, have power in excess of their place in the society. And the Kurds, of course, have latched onto them. We saw protests in Germany today where the Kurds and the Druze actually came together, even though these groups have virtually nothing in common and have never done so in the past. This sectarian violence is a result of them understanding that there was a program, and that program was to destabilize Syria, and they can use that program from foreign interference of destabilizing Syria to get power themselves. And obviously they're supported, when we say the Druze, it's not the ethnic group, the Druze, it's Hekmet Hajiri and militias that have something to gain here. And many of the Druze have spoken out against them even. So they're supported by Iran, they're supported by Israel, and they're seeking to take an opportunity.
Hamdi, let's talk about the Syrian government's role in these clashes as well. There are reports that it has sided with Bedouin fighters against the Druze militias. Do we know if there's truth behind that claim?
I don't think that there's truth behind the claim that they've sided behind them. Certainly, the Bedouin fighters are seeking to quell the Druze in that area because the Druze fought them. So there's a natural inclination there, since the Syrian government has to control the Druze from their belligerence and the violence, that they would appear to be on that same side, if you were to try to define sides, as the Bedouins, because the Druze are the ones who attacked the Bedouins. But in fact, the Syrian government has issued statement after statement saying that all non-state armed militias must disarm and discontinue violence. The other thing that we must remember here is that many of these Bedouin tribes have actually supported the revolution, whereas Hekmet Hajiri and many of those people were supporting Assad in the past. So these people are upset with the new Syrian government versus the Bedouin tribes who are happy to work with the new Syrian government to try to bring stability and stop the violence. So certainly there's going to be accusations made on both sides, and we can't know the complete truth. There are going to be incidents and there are going to be rogue actors, of course. There's a lot of misinformation going on, but there is a natural inclination for the government to accept the acts of the Bedouin tribes much more readily than the Druze, of course.
Hamdi, you mentioned it briefly there, but Israel's real objective here, when they launched airstrikes in a Druze majority area like Sweden, is it to try and weaken support for President al-Shara, or is it actually to protect the Druze communities, do you think?
There's no basis for Israel to claim it's protecting anyone. They're bombing Catholic churches in Israel. They, are committing an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. They have been bombing in Syria for 14 years and never stopped. If they cared about the Druze, they could have done something before. The fact is that Israel doesn't care about the Druze. They have a small number of Druze in Israel that they pander to some extent, because they make up 5% of the IDF forces, a number larger than their population, than their numbers in the general population. However, it's clear that Druze leaders have said, we don't want Israel's support. Everyone has said that except Hekmet Hajiri and a few militias. So, the claim that Israel is a protector of anyone violating the territorial integrity of a sovereign nation next door is really a flaccid argument with no factual basis.
Hamdi, as you mentioned, who is giving support, but the US envoy, they have given blunt support for the Syrian government, as mentioned by Tom Burges. Is Washington quietly pivoting towards normalization in an effort to block Iranian and Russian leverages in South Syria?
The U.S. has been very clear. Trump himself has been clear. Tom Burges has been clear. They want to see a stable Syria. And the only opportunity to create a stable Syria is by ensuring the success of the Syrian government. And the success of the Syrian government in creating that stability isn't only for Syria, it's for a larger stability throughout the Middle East. If stability can be created by the United States and stability in Syria through normalization, of course, then what we can see is that the rest of the Middle East will benefit greatly from it. There's economic opportunity to be gained here. There's opportunity for growth of the nations, for normalcy with Israel even.
Hamdi Rafai in Washington, D.C., thank you so much for joining us. Tributes are being paid to the American World War II veteran and social media star Jake Larson, who has passed away at 102 years old. He was known online as Papa Jake and had 1.2 million followers on TikTok. He was famous for sharing stories of his fallen comrades. He's also just co-won an Emmy Award for an interview marking the latest 80th anniversary of D-Day. For more on this, we're joined from Washington by our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, thanks for joining us. We know that he has become a viral star very late in life, but who is the man behind Papa Jake before TikTok sensation?
Yes, Papa Jake Larson, Jono's first and foremost a soldier and a survivor. He was 102 when he died. And it was only in recent days that he had become this viral TikTok sensation. His granddaughter had introduced him to it in 2020 after a cancelled D-Day event. And he'd started sharing his stories, his memories of his time in the war. He was just 15 years old when he signed up to the US Army. He claimed he was 18 years old, and he was one of the soldiers who was on Omaha Beach on D-Day, that stormed the beach to push out the Germans who were occupying Normandy. 34,000 soldiers that had stormed that beach, and more than 2,400 men died that day. And really, what you saw Jake Larson do with his story time with Papa Jake, as it was known, is keep their memories alive. His focus was on commemorating the sacrifice that they made and educating the younger generation as well. And he did it with a lot of humour, a lot of love, and a lot of humility as well.
It's unusual because a lot of the TikTok audience obviously wouldn't have living memory of World War II. So what exactly made Papa Jake's TikTok videos resonate so widely, especially with a very young audience who are active on TikTok?
Yeah, so I was watching some of them back today, you know, with the announcement from his granddaughter that he'd passed away on the 17th of July. And it's just incredibly authentic. It's incredibly real. He didn't set out to be a TikTok star, of course. He's not of that generation, but he really embraced the interest in the stories that he had, sharing about his times in the war and the importance of remembering that sacrifice even today. And it really resonated with audiences. You know, he had a lot of grit. He had a lot of determination. But aside from the social media aspect, he was this humble Midwestern man. He lived quite a quiet post-war life. He was really focused on raising his family. His granddaughter, Michaela Larson, made an announcement on the TikTok when he passed away saying, "I'm so thankful to have shared my Papa Jake with you all. You meant the world to him. When the time is right," she says, she'll continue to share Papa Jake's stories to keep his memories alive. And Jono, his focus, as I said, was really on commemorating the people who laid down their lives. As you mentioned, he'd won an Emmy recently, and the video of him winning that Emmy is just absolutely beautiful. You know, he was just thrilled. But aside, again, from that sort of limelight that he had drawn attention with the stories, the focus really was on keeping that history alive. You know, he was this living history of a time so many who are on TikTok just wouldn't have known about. 1.2 million followers and, you know, millions of views on his really touching videos sharing that history.
Sarah, from one Emmy winner to a former Emmy winner, Ellen DeGeneres has spoken about her decision to settle in the UK. So why exactly did she leave the United States? What's she saying for the first time that she's spoken in quite a long time, I believe, since she relocated and moved her life to the UK?
Yes, some fascinating insight from Ellen DeGeneres. She was speaking in the UK in that interview. The reason that she says she left the US, Donald Trump. She says that it was because he was re-elected, and the day after he was re-elected, she recounts getting messages from friends, from people who lived in the United States, and her wife, who had bought this place in the United Kingdom. They thought it was going to be part-time, maybe 3-4 months a year. They decided they were going to stay. So the interviewer asked her bluntly, was this because of President Donald Trump, his re-election? And she said, yes, it was. She also spoke, it was a personal decision to remain in the UK, but there was definitely a political edge there as well, because as well as the Donald Trump being re-elected, she spoke about how difficult it was in the United States these days for people to be able to be themselves. And she even spoke at one point about possibly her and her wife getting remarried in the United Kingdom, speaking about the challenges to same-sex marriage in the US under President Trump. So really, some insight into a pretty major decision to move over to the United Kingdom. And this is one of America's biggest TV stars for, decades, nearly 30 years. And so that's going to definitely raise some eyebrows, giving that very clear, fascinating insight into her reasoning behind that.
And we do know that she mentioned very quickly before we let you go the toxicity in the workplace allegations, which is what's the reason that she finished up the show in the first place. She's reflected on that. And what has she said?
Jono, she wants everyone to know she doesn't think she's mean, she thinks she's blunt. She was very candid about that. She also said that, look, it was a difficult way to end her career. It clearly is a chapter that still stings. Will there be a comeback, though? She did hint that maybe there would be some kind of UK comeback, perhaps, saying she's very happy right now in the United Kingdom with her chickens, but she does sometimes get a little bit bored. Sounds
delightful. Sarah Firth in Washington, thank you so much. Let's take a look at the top business news for today. Starbucks has announced its beloved pumpkin spice latte will return to stores in the US and Canada starting on the 26th of August. Since its debut in 2003, the seasonal favourite has inspired countless imitators and remains the coffee joint's top-selling fall drink. US carrier Alaska Airlines resumes operations after briefly grounding all of its flights for about 3 hours due to an IT outage. This marks the second time that the airline has halted its fleet in just over a year. Alaska's IT issues follow the FBI revealing that a cyber-criminal group was allegedly planning to hack US airlines. Turning to sport now, 7-time Grand Slam champion Venus Williams is set to return to the court after a 16-month break. She'll compete at this week's Washington Open, saying that her recent trip to Wimbledon reignited her passion for the game. American golfer Scottie Scheffler has delivered a winning performance which secured his first British Open at the Royal Portrush. Scheffler needed the US Open to become the 7th player to complete the Grand Slam. A grand total of $17 million was up for grabs this year in the British Open, along with the claret jug and a gold medal. Scheffler walked away with $3.1 million of the grand prize total. And a reminder of our top stories today. Israel's latest strikes and evacuation orders in Gaza have killed dozens, deepened the hunger crisis and crippled humanitarian operations as ceasefire talks have stalled. Plus, Iran is set to resume nuclear talks with Europe as the threat of renewed UN sanctions loom. And sectarian violence rocks southern Syria as Bedouin fighters threaten to storm Sweda once again over a stalled hostage deal. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. As always, you can follow us on X. The Real Deal is coming up next, and we'll be back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, inflation in Saudi Arabia edges up slightly to 2.3%. Increased housing costs are singled out as being the main factor for this. We're going to be speaking to the CEO of the National Housing Company, which aims to deliver 600,000 housing units by the year 2030 and achieve a 70% home ownership rate right across the kingdom. Plus, we look ahead to the annual Falcon auction in Malham, which runs through the month of August. It's a big business generating millions of US dollars in sales, with prized Falcons fetching upwards of 50,000 US dollars. Hello and welcome to the programme. Fresh data published by the General Authority for Statistics shows that inflation in Saudi Arabia has edged up slightly to 2.3%, while an increased cost in housing, notably rents and utilities, was the main reason for this, with prices in this category up 6.5%. Well, last month, the Saudi government announced measures aimed at balancing out demand and supply in Riyadh's real estate market, and several massive new developments are being built around the capital. Well, the International Monetary Fund says it expects Saudi inflation to remain steady at about 2%. Well, let's bring into the conversation Ali Reza, who is the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham and Company. Ali, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just digesting those new figures with regards to inflation, what stands out as far as you're concerned?
Well, Tom, as it's become clear, I mean, a lot of the contributing factors to the rise in inflation this year can be attributed to the housing price increases. Now, it's important to note, I mean, this increase in inflation is not necessarily because of, a credit bubble or excessive speculative activities. It is resulting from changes in industry, changes in foreign investment. I mean, as we've spoken about recently, in Riyadh last year, we saw 600 new regional headquarters announced from the likes of Oracle, Amazon, Google. I mean, all the major enterprises you can think, not just in the traditional US tech sector, but across the globe. I mean, advanced industries, manufacturing, and this is having a direct impact on the population growth, on housing prices. Now, in the last couple of years, so from 2016 onwards, I mean, the average salaries for Saudis in the private sector have increased over 50%. So whilst there is inflation, yes, property prices are increasing. There is some greater room for additional supply. Demand is quite high for properties, not just in Riyadh, but across Saudi Arabia. This is also coupled with economic growth, an increase in average disposable income, an increase in the number of people in employment, significantly low unemployment rates compared to a few years ago. So all in all, I mean, any rises in inflation, first, it can send a bit of a signal, depending on how it's framed to the community. But the current rise in inflation is from positive changes in the economy and society. It is something that we should be conscious of, particularly in the context of housing. Affordability is a major topic, and the NHC, amongst other enterprises, are tackling this with the support of the public leadership and through private sector ambitions. There's significant efforts being made. I mean, for example, the required deposit amount for first home buyers was reduced from around nearly 30% to 5%. So there are a significant number of initiatives underway to tackle that in a positive sense.
Yeah, and we're going to be talking a bit about demand and supply in the housing sector with our next guest, Mohammed Al-Bouti from the National Housing Council. But it does seem, housing costs are heading upwards. I mean, anecdotally, what sort of evidence is there for that? I mean, how expensive are we talking here?
Look, they're heading upwards, a few percent every year. But once again, demand is at a peak at the moment and supply is catching up. Now, enterprises like the NHC and, Erosion Front, the various programs that are underway for mortgage affordability, all of these are coming together to ensure that people can continue to maintain affordability. While at the moment, I think there's been a significant increase in the economic growth rate, we anticipate that the supply will catch up with that. And of course, this is a demand and supply game, the basic principle of economic theory. So as time progresses in the coming years, I think we'll see that stabilize to an extent which keeps it affordable and accessible for the population.
And are we talking about a market in which people have tended to favour renting as opposed to buying? Any sort of particular trends in the Saudi market when it comes to housing?
Of course, ownership is preferred if possible, and it does come down to a question of affordability and the public leadership. I mean, Vision 2030, some of the objectives and some of the programs are tackling this specifically. The culture is towards ownership, if possible, and the public strategy and regulations and investment initiatives are all being geared towards maximizing ownership wherever possible.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at Hytham & Company. We're going to be back with you again in just a moment. Well, all of this ties in very neatly to our next story, which addresses, as we promised, the issue of supply in the housing market. Well, the National Housing Company, which comes under the Ministry of Municipal and Rural Affairs and Housing, is playing a leading role in the transformation of Saudi Arabia's housing sector. With a target of delivering 600,000 units by 2030 and achieving a 70% home ownership rate, the NHC is driving a comprehensive urban renaissance right across the kingdom. Well, Mohammed Al-Bouti is the CEO of the National Housing Company and joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, sir. Can I just start by asking you, what is the role of the NHC and how does your strategy match up with Vision 2030?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to join you today on Realities. NHC, or National Housing Company, we see ourselves more than just a real estate developer. We work as a master developer, where we build and design modern, livable communities that improve the quality of life of our residents and drive economic growth on a long-term vision. NHC has a direct contribution to one of the major achievements of Saudi Vision 2030, which is the home ownership percentage. The home ownership target for the Saudi Vision or housing program is to reach 70% by 2030, 65% by 25. Actually, we, as a housing program, we achieved that a year ahead. In 24, we achieved 65% as a home ownership. NHC played a major role, has a direct contribution to that achievement, and we are continuing as a company for delivering and targeting the 70% by 2030. We are actively working 17 cities across the kingdom, 39 mega projects across the kingdom. We are managing 284 million square meter of lands. We have a pipeline to supply 600,000 units, valued as a value of just the residential part around $500 billion Saudi riyals. We have sold till today around more than 100,000 homes across the kingdom. We expect our communities to host more than 2 million residents across the communities that we are developing. We led just in 24 alone, we led almost 62% of all off-plan sales across the kingdom. We facilitated almost 30% of all subsidized home finance. We are actively supporting the Saudi Vision 2030, NHC, one of the major players supporting the Saudi Vision, even through housing program or quality of life programs or even other programs.
Okay, so clearly lots of new homes are being built across the kingdom, and as you say, this is all very much a part of Vision 2030. Just tell us, how would you assess the economic impact of the NHC?
Yes, you know, if you just look to the number that we just mentioned, you see how is the impact through our activities. I'll take just a glance of 25. We expect NHC that will add close to 30 billion contribution to the GDP, which is equivalent to 1.1% of the non-oil GDP in 25. We will support more than 180,000 jobs in just the year of 25. This is equivalent to almost one job for every 84 jobs supported during the 25. This is just a clear sign of the impact of NHC and its operation to the economy and to different industries, constructions and other real estate related industries.
Okay, so I mean, these are big numbers, aren't they? 1.1% of non-oil GDP, 180,000 jobs supported. Just tell us a bit about the sorts of partnerships, in particular international partnerships, that the NHC has right now.
Yes. As a strategy of NHC, we believe in partnership. We believe in collaboration with local and international developers. We believe in the partnership with international developers for building better communities. That is globally inspired, but locally rooted. We have a partnership and collaboration from Far East to the Far West, including Middle East, GCC, and Europe. Example, we have from Far East, we have a partner. We signed a partnership with the City Group, one of the leading groups in China. Very soon, we will announce a partnership with one of the leading Korean companies. From GCC, we have a partnership with Al-Khawhaji from Bahrain. From Egypt, from the Middle East, we have signed a two partnership with Talat Mustafa Group and Mountain View. From Turkey, we had signed agreement with Amlak Konut. We signed a partnership with a company from Spain called Orbis. And from the Far West, we started our partnership 4 years ago with the Hovnanian, which is one of the listed companies in the US that started with us 4 years ago. Those agreements with international developers worth about 40 billion of investments in our projects, which is a clear sign and of the potential trust of the Saudi market in general, the real estate development industry in Saudi, and the trust of the national real estate developer in the kingdom, which is National Housing Company.
Okay, now we've already talked about Vision 2030, and I'm sure you're aware that the clock is ticking. We're just 4 years, 5 months, and a couple of weeks away from Vision 2030, and before that year becomes a reality. What are your priorities at the NHC in the meantime?
We have several priorities. Our main and the most important priority is to supply 600,000 homes by 2030. This is a major mandate, supplying to the market, contribution to home ownership, supplying even for non-beneficiaries, balancing the prices, meeting the demand of the housing in general in the next 5 to 6 years. Such a huge mandate and priority give us second priority, which is securing the supply chain for building those communities. So one major priority for us, how to secure the supply chain. This is now a priority for us, big initiative to secure the materials on time and on budget. And to secure the supply chain, we started to localize those materials to ensure availability of the materials and construction materials and even contractors to deliver such a big mandate of supplying those homes. In addition, we have one of our priorities, how to have our relation with our customer with a very user-friendly journey with our customers. Where we have a digital arm for digital arm, we spin that digital arm for a separate company. We called it NHC Innovation to work in the services, real estate services, and city operation services for our communities and even for the whole kingdom.
Okay, so lots happening on the supply side, 600,000 new houses by the year 2030. Presumably, lots happening as well on the demand side of things as well. Just talk us through the sort of main trends, if you will.
We work and had planned based on the demand and with the central government as well, how to get the land bank that can support us to meet that demand. In our ecosystem and model, we sell units for beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries. So based on our studies, we know there is a huge demand from locals, even from now non-Saudis. There is some circumstances around that, let's say, industry, which is including how to get the right finance for those homes to be sold. So we study that, we study the trends, we study the any circumstances, especially for construction cost, financing or interest rate, and best we deal with it month by month. How to have different option of home financing, even cash for cash customer through banks, changing the design of the unit to track the ticket price of the units based on any changes in the market dynamics and the trend of the markets to make us able to sell those units, get sales proceed, and then deliver the communities within the time.
Okay, now you touched on this at the beginning of the interview, sir, but we've been talking a lot about Vision 2030 on this programme and how quality of life is really central to that vision. What's the exact role you see housing playing in that vision?
For NHC, always we speak that we are not home builder. Our mandate is not to build homes or boxes. It's more beyond that. It's how to improve quality of life, how people can live their best life within those communities. So, yes, it is right, one major mandate for us to supply the 600,000 units, but within a quality of life communities. So from master planning, we are thinking of how people will live in those communities. We consider all criteria. The street, how we ensure that the street you drive on is accessible, sidewalk that you walk in, how it is peaceful and safe, the landscape, how it is green and peaceful, the community center, how it is within reach in less than 5 minutes, the schools that the kids will attend, how it's close to their homes in a safe environment, and all other aspects that post handover, how the resident will best or live in those communities of their best life. They can enjoy, can play, can work within those communities. So all these we consider it in early planning, in our master planning, and how we will have those. This concept is active. People live it post handover of those communities.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, I mean, I'm sure there are quite a lot of challenges as well that face the housing sector and face, many aspects of such an enormous transformation. Just tell us a bit more about how you're addressing those challenges.
If you mean the challenges, in construction, real estate development, there is usually there's two kind of challenges. One related to supply, one related to demand or the finance. So usually one of the major challenges is the ensuring the supply chain and the materials within the target prices that we planned for. Our model is off-plan sales, so we sell, then we build. So one of the challenges, how to ensure that we get the prices that once we set the sales price, we get the prices that ensure that we can deliver within budget. To overcome such a challenge, we started one, as I just mentioned, one major initiative, how to secure the supply chain locally and how to localize it, and how to sign a frame agreement to hedge the prices for materials during the construction time to ensure that we can overcome such a challenge of let's say, construction spikes, so we can overcome it. On the other hand, usually with changing in the interest rate, this is affect immediately the affordability and the product. So sometimes we have to deal always with the interest rate. When it comes high, we have to deal with it. When the interest rate decreased, then we deal with it with different products. So it is a challenge, but it is always a challenge, and we have to deal with it. Example now, once the interest rate become higher than 24 and 22 or 23, we change our product. We had even introduced a different financing option, different payment method. We increased the cash customers, and just to let you know, in 24 was the interest rate was the highest. At that year, 24, it was the highest for us as a sales. We sold in 24 more than 23 and 22 together. Even as the interest rate was higher, because we introduced different products, different payment method, different financing option for our customer. Demand always there, but we have to make our product accessible, sellable to our clients.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. A real pleasure speaking to you. Mohammed Al-Bouti, the CEO of the National Housing Company. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. It's my pleasure.
Okay, well, I'm here with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company, who's been listening in there with us. Ali, just in terms of what Ms. Al-Bouti said, what stood out for you?
Well, first of all, Tom, the sheer scale, 600,000 homes, it's no joke. It's quite a sizable operation that is underway here. One of the key pillars of Vision 2030, there's a major emphasis on ensuring, obviously, the economic resilience and prosperity, but it's livability and social structure for the Saudi population. Now, it's an interesting market because not only do you have the Saudi population to think about, but there is an influx of international workers, expats, investors coming into the region. So the NHC has a very important task. I mean, 600,000 homes is a large volume, even if everything is in place. But not only is it 600,000 homes they have to plan for, they have to ensure that the entire supply chain is in place, that they have the approach and technology to tackle the changes in the market conditions. So as you mentioned, in 2024, the interest rates grew, but actually their volume grew larger. Now, what's interesting in addition to that is actually, Tom, 600,000 homes, but, they're priced in Riyadh especially around 20% less than the market prices. So not only are they tackling the need to build supply chain resilience to deliver projects to that scale, but also do it at a price that is affordable for the population. So I think all of that, all combined, I mean, it's quite a sizable undertaking, and the numbers that they're delivering and the success that they're demonstrating is quite incredible.
So what you're saying is basically this is going to go a long way towards boosting supply, those 600,000 houses that you mentioned. And that's going to go a long way, isn't it? I mean, that's an awful lot of houses to meeting the demand that we were talking about earlier on, when we were talking about how, in fact, the scarcity of housing had been driving up the cost of housing.
Absolutely. I mean, the 600,000 homes by NHC in itself is a sizable number, but actually there's a number of initiatives underway. I mean, the Russian group, which was recently rebranded and it took a broader view than their original mandate, is making a significantly similar-sized impact across Saudi Arabia. And when you look at the work of these different groups, the NHC, Russian group, I mean, there's the Sakani program, which is in place to maximize financing affordability and accessibility. All of this is actually coupled also with incredible master planning. So as Mr. Al-Bouti was saying, these are not just homes being sprung up in any shape, size, or format. There's an incredible degree of planning that goes into the master plan development, ensuring that the cities are livable, that the individual developments are livable. I mean, one of the most interesting projects in Riyadh at the moment is the development of the Sports Boulevard. Riyadh, which traditionally has not really been a walkable city. I don't know if you've been out for a jog or a walk recently, Tom, but it's not traditionally been the most walkable city, but there's an incredible project underway, nearly 3 million square meters of developments that will encompass anything from horse riding to just, walkable pathways that people can go for a jog on and ride their bikes and really, live amongst the greenery, which even rather in the middle of Saudi Arabia, a place that we commonly think of as a desert, it will demonstrate that an oasis is possible here as well. So the work by NHC, Russian, I mean, the many developers that are currently underway with these efforts, balancing this with the financing requirements, with the changing market conditions, the fluctuations in interest rates and inflation, and ensuring that you are turning, what is traditionally a desert nation into rich oasis, I think it's quite incredible. So this is what's showing through at multiple levels of Vision 2030.
Yeah, and of course, Vision 2030 got mentioned more than once during that conversation with Mr. Al-Bouti. I mean, it sounds like what NHC is doing is right at the core of Vision 2030.
Of course. I mean, you have a very young population, as we've spoken about on a number of occasions, around 50% under the age of 25. And, this is a young nation that is growing, working, thriving, participating in society as they move into the next stages of their life. Of course, they're all thinking about home ownership. Recently, I mean, the age for accessing some of these financing programs was reduced to 21, so people earlier in life could participate in it. And yeah, of course, I mean, Vision 2030, the premise is, a thriving nation, an economy that's prospering and an ambitious nation. And if people have their bare necessities met, at the very least, let alone social prosperity, then it goes a long way towards the overall ambitions of the nation, economic or social.
Just to wrap up this conversation, Ali, I mean, affordable housing and cities like Riyadh, I mean, they're not sort of things you hear sort of said in the same sentence very often. I mean, it's expensive, isn't it? I mean, what provisions are there to make sure that people can afford their homes? Just do a little recap for us, if you will.
Sure. So the NHC, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, they are pricing a lot of their homes 20% less than the market price, right? Like that's one aspect. Now, there's also a range of different housing unit types that are being developed, multi-unit dwellings, villas. There's incredible amount of effort going into ensuring the master plans are livable and yet making use of as much space as possible. As Mr. Al-Bouti said, one of the things they have to work through is access to land banks. So it takes a lot of, management of a lot of different characteristics and variables to ensure that's the case. Now, Riyadh, yes, is increasing. I mean, the prices are increasing. We are seeing inflation, but as I mentioned earlier, we're also seeing average wages increase. There is an increased participation in the workforce. Unemployment rates are at record low numbers. We have some of the world's largest enterprises setting up their regional headquarters and creating new opportunities in addition to the ones already in place. So there's a lot of factors working in favor towards increasing not just disposable income, but ensuring accessibility and affordability as much as possible at the price level. And perhaps finally, one of the comments that Mr. Al-Bouti made on a number of occasions there was the work around ensuring the securitization of supply chain. So Saudi Arabia, as a general thematic across all of the industries and the work that's taking place, has taken an approach of regionalizing and localizing as much of the supply chain as possible to ensure that it's secured and that costs are managed as effectively as possible. So, you combine all these factors, they go hand in hand, one feeds the next, and that ultimately is what will continue to bring stability into that market.
OK, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Hytham & Company. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories from the week. The Ministry of Commerce reveals fresh data which points to the increasingly important role played by younger businessmen and businesswomen. The number of youth-owned businesses is fast approaching the 500,000 mark, representing 38% of all active commercial registrations in Saudi Arabia. App development, AI and gaming are the fastest growing sectors for these new startups. According to a new UN report, Saudi Arabia led the world in terms of international tourism spending growth during Q1. Compared to the same period in 2019, the kingdom saw a 102% increase in international visitor numbers and spending, significantly outpacing the global average of 3%. Well, tourist spending in the kingdom stood at more than $40 billion last year. That's up nearly 14%. Uber is teaming up with the Saudi-backed electric vehicle maker Lucid and the self-driving tech startup Nuro. This to launch a robo-taxi fleet. Well, Uber says it plans to use at least 20,000 Lucid Gravity SUVs over a period of 6 years. Well, the ride-sharing service says it will launch the first vehicle in 2026. And finally, falconry is one of Saudi Arabia's great traditions and is a hobby that is deeply rooted in the local culture. Well, preparations are now well underway for one of the big events in the falconry calendar. It is a major auction in Malham, which is just north of Riyadh, and it kicks off in early August, well, cementing Saudi Arabia's emergence as a global falconry hub. The auction attracts people from right across the globe who buy and sell these highly prized falcons, which can fetch upwards of $50,000. Well, last year's edition of the Saudi Falcons Club auction generated around $3 million in sale. Some 866 falcons were sold. Well, Ali Reza is still here with us now. Ali, I don't know if you take a keen interest in falconry, but those are quite big numbers, aren't they, for these prized birds?
Depending on how you value the prize of a bird, Tom, that could be a subjective question. But His Royal Highness King Abdulaziz bin Saud, the founder of Saudi Arabia, was a very well-known falconry enthusiast, and the falcon has a lot of significance to the Arab culture, the Saudi origin, the history. There is a lot of significance to the tribal culture of Saudi Arabia. I'm not sure if you've ever seen a falcon dive, Tom, but the peregrine falcon, which is actually one of the two breeds that you'll find in Saudi Arabia, will do a nosedive at over 300 kilometers an hour. That's 300 kilometers an hour. That's quite something, right? So if you get an opportunity to see one make that move, and there is a festival later this year, we saw the King Abdulaziz Falcon Festival last year in 25, I believe, between the months of October and November. You know, there's another festival coming up. If you get the opportunity, would certainly encourage anyone to go and take a look if you appreciate that kind of phenomena of nature. It is the fastest animal in the world, and it's quite a majestic one.
Yeah, that's a great statistic there. They're on the speed of a falcon. I've only ever held one, and I can tell you they're pretty heavy, and I can't tell you exactly how heavy, but my arm was aching. I mean, just to wrap up, I don't know if you've ever sort of come up close and personal with a falcon, but I mean, what do you think is being done in Saudi Arabia to keep this tradition alive? And do you think events like this auction are a part of that?
Absolutely, absolutely. There's a number of festivals. I mean, as I just mentioned, there was a festival last year, and there will be another one held this year. You know, there is a foundation dedicated to ensuring that falconry thrives and prospers as an industry. And I mean, Saudi Arabia in general takes a very keen interest in preserving its heritage. You know, outside of this subject, I mean, if you take a drive through Riyadh, you'll see new buildings and architecture pop up anywhere. And I, often will share with people how fascinating it is to see the architect of these dwellings, throughout Riyadh, really closely matching the heritage of Riyadh and blending in with the desert. And, throughout the many different aspects of society or industry, I think there's a huge emphasis on preserving the Saudi roots and culture whilst building for the future, and this is a cornerstone of that culture.
Yep, and something that UNESCO recognises as well. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you sharing that with us. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Tom.
And thank you for joining us for this edition of The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed. We'll see you again very soon.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Now we're going to turn our eye to an economic news story now, and specifically the situation in Syria. That's a country that has undergone a major political shift ever since the ouster of President Bashar al-Assad, which happened in December of last year. Well, after 13 years of conflict, Syria may now be on the road to economic reform to rebuild and recover. Well, the World Bank expects Syria's GDP to grow 1% in 2025. Meanwhile, Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia and Qatar, announced in April that they will settle the country's debt to the World Bank, which total around $15 million. Well, for more on this, we're joined here in the studio by Dr. Osama Kadi, who's a senior advisor to the Minister of Economy and Industry in Syria. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Dr. Kadi. You're from Aleppo. You worked as an economics consultant in Syria, in Canada, the United States. At one stage, it looked like you were going to be involved in Syria's governance. You're now going to be, obviously, in that role that I just mentioned, sort of behind the scenes. You published, whilst you were engaged with the opposition, a paper entitled The Economic Map of the New Syria. It was a plan for the post-war economic recovery. That day has now come. Just tell us how involved you are in Syria's future.
Actually, from day first of the revolution, I joined the opposition and joined Syrian people, basically. We established what we call Syrian friend, Syrian people friend for economic development and reconstruction in 2012, headed by Germany and United Arab Emirates. We had the first meeting in May 2012 in Abu Dhabi. I believe 45 countries attended, and then we had another one in October 2012 titled the investment in New Syria. 200 business people attended, most of them Syrians, and they pledged at that time to invest $5 billion the minute that toppled down the Syrian regime. And then we have in Berlin, Germany, another conference. And then we had in South Korea the last conference in 2013. So what we had with the Syrian Economic Task Force, the Syrian economic roadmap in 14 sectors, what we should do the first 6 months, the first 2 years, the first 5 years. And that was in 2012, so advanced, like 13 years before we're done with that Syrian regime. So right now we're trying to do, things are, so different than 2013, 2014 for sure, because Bashar al-Assad destroyed the whole country, 13 million people, refugee and displaced, so it will be different calculations, I guess.
Okay, so the plan is there. Are the right people in the right jobs to steer Syria's economy, do you think?
Most of the time, yes, because we have very good technocrat governments. We had people graduated from the United States, from UK, from France, from Germany. All those are ministers right now. So they are really doing a great job in networking with the international community. I just want to remind you, since 1979, Hafiz al-Assad, the dad of Bashar, he actually let us listed as a country that supports terrorists since 1979. So we are isolated from the whole globe since then. So now, just imagine, after 50, 60 years, right now you're going to be a normal member of the global community, international community, and even the SWIFT and correspondent banks just worked 10 days ago. So you're able to establish account in Syria with any bank and transfer like $100 or $100 million. That happened just 10 days ago. We are done with this isolation and with that, all sanctions. That's really, really very advanced success.
Right. I mean, things are really changing fast, aren't they? When you consider the World Bank says that Syria's GDP is going to grow 1% in 2025. I mean, that is a remarkable turnaround from a contraction last year, and given the fact that the country has been totally cut off from the rest of the world economy.
I might even disagree with the World Bank. This estimate of 1% is, I don't think it's accurate and can't be accurate, because if we were minus 4%, if right now we are at 1%, then we improve 5% economic growth, not 1%. And even the ministers right now, they don't have the data to show how much we grow so far. So I think that was just an estimate, and at very early stage. Usually you have to have the first quarter economic growth, second quarter economic growth. We're done with Syrian regime 6 months ago. So that's just an estimate, and I believe we won't really know the economic growth accurately till the end of the year, and that's what we're working on.
Would you agree with the plus sign in front of the number?
Plus for sure, but not one for sure. I'm sure more than 1%.
Okay, well, so it's heading in the right direction.
Absolutely.
Tell us, you were last in Syria a couple of days ago, I gather.
Mm-hmm.
What is the country like now? I mean, what's the mood there? What's life like for ordinary Syrians?
For ordinary Syrians, they were, especially employees in the public sector, so happy because they will increase their salaries 200%. So I met, for example, the driver of the mayor of Aleppo, who drove me to Damascus. He said, my salary right now, 320,000 Syrian pounds, which is like $32. And right now it will be 800,000. I'm the happiest person on earth. Since I work here since 27 years, never had this raise in my life. Besides, they had a gift at Eid time, like a couple of weeks ago, of £500,000 Syrian pound. This is as a gift for all employees. So they are happy in this turn. It's a lot of investors are interested in investing in Syria in a way that I couldn't believe that the amount of people who are really interested. Just one number, like 6,200 new projects, new companies registered in Syria since 6 months.
Sure.
So 2,000 already executed their projects, and the rest are in their way. So, and a lot of international companies, you know that, like CMA, they got the Latakia port, DP from Dubai, the Tartus port. We have $7 billion energy contract with the 4 countries, including United States. We had $1.5 billion just entertainment and for arts and cinema and like studios. It's a huge for Syria. $1 billion for studios is just beyond belief. If in 2024, our general budget, $2 billion for the whole Syria. So the guy is coming, the investor, to invest $1.5 billion only in studios. Besides, for tourism, just signed MOU for $8 billion in tourism. And a lot of companies, we can't keep a track with this.
Okay, I mean, we'll talk a bit more about investment in just a moment, but just going back to life for ordinary Syrians, I mean, I'm assuming a large section of the population is still living in poverty-like conditions, aren't they?
With this increase of minimum wage, our recommendation was don't just raise the income, because that will go only for public sector. But how about the private sector, which is 2/3 of the labor force? So the recommendation was to raise the whole minimum wage. So it used to be 200,000 minimum wage, which is like $20. Right now they increase it to 750,000. And that like a huge increase for anyone in Syria for the average. For the electricity is getting better, but I saw many cities like Hama, for example, the solar system in all Hama. So everybody's relying on the sunshine, not really relying on the...
Individually, or is that provided
individually,
by... Okay.
Like privately. So people get used to this because if I can remind everybody, 6 months ago, we were 3 areas of influence, Russian one, American one, Turkish one, and we used to have 540 military base 6 months ago. So imagine this shift from having all those huge international military and militias from Iraq and sects of militias. Right now, you are like in very much like, relatively speaking, safe areas. Some small areas they are still dealing with, but the rest is very safe. Like I used to, come back to hotel at 2 a.m. every day. Everybody's in the street. Everybody's like having fun in cafes. Sometimes you can't find even place in the cafes at 1 a.m.
Okay, I was going to ask you actually, because I mean, one of the sectors that Syria used to thrive in was, of course, tourism, and tourists used to visit Syria, including me, in large numbers. And yet we've had, there is still some evidence that things are not quite stable. A Shia cleric was assassinated, I believe, yesterday, yes, I think it was yesterday in Homs. There was that attack on the Orthodox Church in Damascus, a deadly attack in June. Then there were the attacks on the Alawites in the coastal areas. Is it safe for tourists to come back to Syria, or are we not quite there yet?
I think for tourists, many cities are very safe, like Damascus, Aleppo, Homs, Hama, I mean, anywhere. There's some cities, many cities in like small cities in Latakia or Jabla might not be very safe. In Damascus, that incident when happened, within less than 24 hours, the whole gangs get captured immediately. And so they know them, and right now they are like really putting all their efforts to make it safer and safer. I mean, remember, even in UK, for 20 years, the Sinn Féin, every 1 week they have bombs somewhere in London. And still UK is UK. I mean, I told you 6 months ago, we used to have 540 militia base and military base. So it's not easy to have 100% like safe and everywhere. But I can assure you that if you want to right now try to have a ticket to Syria, you're not going to find from now to 2 months. Okay. Just to have one ticket. Like, there's no place, no seats, all of them filled. Most of them Syrians, some of them are companies who are interested in Syria from everywhere, from UK, from United States, from China, from South Korea. You're going to find there a lot of those everywhere from all over the world. But I want to just shed lights that on even the number of tourists in 2010 were only 8 million people as tourists, where like Cyprus has 4 million. So we're not really doing that much even in tourism. That's even before the revolution. We are aiming to have at least till 2035, at least 30 to 40 million tourists in Syria, inshallah.
Okay, well, so clearly a lot is going to happen on that front. The US president has dismantled sanctions against Syria. That's something that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Assad Hassan al-Shaibani, has welcomed, saying it's going to open the door for reconstruction and development. I mean, what difference is that making so far? Are we seeing evidence that's making a difference already?
I just spoke to 3 banks that they have transferred inflow, outflow, and they say like we are back to life again after all these years, decades. So right now, without removing that sanctions, we won't be able to have a life in our SWIFT. No correspondent banks will work with us, and we'll be isolated forever. So right now, just a couple of weeks ago, or maybe less than 10 business days, now we are back live. I want to shed light on one small thing too. 4 days ago, the Turkish coordinators who used to manage the Turkish area of influence gave all the data to Aleppo mayor and his staff. Just 4 days ago. We were in very, very complicated phase before. 6 months ago. It's not 6 years ago. No. So it's a really, really big shift. So yes, they are cooperating, but they want to feel that the mayor, the city is ready to have everything in their hands. So just 4 days ago.
You mentioned that 6-month time frame. I mean, just really for the benefit of our viewers, because we broke the news in this studio of Bashar al-Assad being ousted, which felt surreal. He's been around for years. His father was around from long before we were born. Well, certainly in my case. I mean, a new leader is installed. He's been brought in from the cold. He was there in Riyadh, flanked by President Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman on the other side. We had President Trump describing him as tough and attractive. I mean, very flattering terminology. What does it feel like to you as a Syrian when you look back on these 6 months? Doesn't it all feel quite surreal?
Actually, it's a dream. I will tell you, I was crying when they removed the sanctions, when Mohammed bin Salman make like this and this gesture and stand up and stood up and clap, and the whole Saudis attendance step. It was one of its kind of historical incident for all Syrians. It's like the same weight of the victory date, because we are back from the coma, economic coma, after 50 years. Hafiz Assad and Bashar Assad, they put us in very isolated place, so they will do whatever they want to do with this population for 5 decades. So I think it's really a huge move within 6 months, a huge move. Sudan, by the way, took them 1.5 years with big government in Sudan before the last coup to remove some of the sanctions. Within 6 months, you remove the sanctions and the SWIFT is working. And we have a lot of companies, including American companies, Qatari companies, French companies, United Arab Emirates. And by the way, the president was 2 days ago in United Arab Emirates, the Syrian president. That means the great relationship between Syria and its neighbors. That never happened, by the way. Bashar al-Assad used to swear at all those Arab leaders. They say like there's a half men. They are not really, those are like Bedouins. We don't deal with it. He speaks he used to speak trash on the Arab leaders, where now we are welcoming our Arab neighbors. So he was trying always to make some fight with the Arab neighbors to favor whom? The Iranians.
Going back to Saudi Arabia and its contribution, the foreign minister, His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, went to Damascus in May, I believe it was, with an economic delegation. How important has Saudi's sponsorship, Saudi's support for Syria been these last few months?
It's a huge, and we are expecting to have a big team of business people, and we're not talking tens. We might talk like three figures of businessmen, of Saudi businessmen, to come to Syria to invest in all sectors, and that will surprise not Syrians, will surprise the world of the amount of money they will invest in Syria, and I will leave it to people to see that surprise when they come to Syria, because the reason actually they were late because of less conflict, in flying between Iran and Israel or whatever. Say were not able to fly in. So by right now they are preparing very, very well to come to Syria and invest in all sectors. And
which sectors are you most excited about?
To be honest, every sector, like agriculture, industry, tourism, medical. I met with a businessman who will invest in a medical city for $1 billion. And he has the plans. Even before that investment law 114 that announced yesterday, he said, I'm ready. And people are ready in a way that surprised me. I said, within 6 months, I expect once a week you have somebody who's interested, but not on a daily basis. That's a surprise.
Yeah, and that surprised you, and you're surprised, as you mentioned, by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman when he made that gesture at that conference in Riyadh. We heard as well, of course, Saudi Arabia paying off $15 million of Syria's debt to the World Bank. I mean, put that into perspective for us. What message did that send out to the rest of the world?
Very political, correct political message they sent. That those our brothers, we not going to leave them any time in the hole for forever, and we will support their economy. We will support any step toward making this place economically booming in Syria.
Okay, so clearly lots has happened. Bashar al-Assad is out. Hezbollah has been weakened. Iran is distracted. That means a lot less interference, doesn't it, in Syria's affairs. Does that leave the government, then, a clear path to do all the things that need to be done? Are you optimistic?
Very optimistic, very, very optimistic. I mean, the whole project of Iranian project to have be in Yemen and Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, the whole project was a failed project. Their goals never achieved. In Lebanon, they lost. In Syria, they lost. Right now, in Iraq, they will be losing. In Yemen, I think they gave up on this. In Iran itself, being attacked. How come you're going to have nuclear weapon while you don't have even plane or anything, even air defense? You don't have 300 airplanes are just bombing Tehran, and you're watching, and you need to have nuclear weapon. It's just I don't know how the way they think. But besides this, for us, we feel much safer. We know it's challenging. Right now, there's more than 100,000 new soldiers being well trained. Most of them, I'll say more than 20%, they were really experienced fighter over 14 years. The rest are very well trained. Right now, we are ready to challenge anybody will work on unstable this country, and we are really. Put our hands together to make it very safe, because we need to focus on our economic development.
Okay, we've heard the US Special Envoy for Syria, Tom Barrack, talking about a new Middle East. I mean, what do you think a stable Syria means for the region?
Without stable country like Syria, if there's no stability in Syria, I don't think will be any stability in all region. And you see, what happened in Lebanon, in Iraq, and all over the world. Even like Turkey, when we have some militias trying to attack Turkey from there, and we have Hezbollah's talking unstable the whole country. He want to fight whenever he want to fight, ignoring the government itself that he will take the decision of war whatever he wants. So this is instability in this region is no longer accepted, and I think everybody is betting on very stable economy, very stable country in Syria, and it will be really part of the 2030 vision of Saudis, where we have really new Middle East, and we will be one of the within 5 to 10 years, like the top economic development growth in the whole region. Rwanda, with all massacres happened, they used to have 7% economic growth, then 9%, then 13%. We're like the fastest growing economy in Africa. And I don't think we are far away from 10% economic growth very soon.
Okay, and just lastly, sanctions against Bashar al-Assad are still in place. He's, we think, in Russia. What do you think is going to happen to him? Do you think he'll disappear into obscurity, or do you think he'll come back to Syria and face justice?
I think Russia will have some deals to sell the guy. So I think he's so scared right now because they put him on table to see who will pay the price of this guy. The wealth is in Russia anyway, between Belarus and Russia. So they don't really mind the wealth because the wealth is there in Russia. For him, they might make a deal with Americans or with Syrians very soon, where, we will have great relationship, and here's the guy who killed all your people, so we'll give it to you. You never know what will happen very soon.
All right, Dr. Osama Kadi, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us here at Arabiya English.
Thank you so much.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Israel's a small country. It's very tribalistic. They all come together in moments of crisis, right? You're telling me that all these Israeli soldiers are posting on the web what they're doing in Gaza. They're posting it. If you're posting it, it must mean you don't fear being ostracized. You don't boast about it, that you're annihilating cities. You don't boast about it if you feared ostracism. You're telling me when the conscripts come home, they don't tell anybody what was going on in Gaza? Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet, of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israel's latest strikes and evacuation orders in Gaza killed dozens, deepening the hunger crisis. Car maker Stellantis report a loss of $350 million, blaming Trump's tariffs. And Japan swinging to the right. Japan's Prime Minister suffers a devastating election blow as Sansito make big gains with their Japanese first agenda. Israeli forces have reportedly killed over 90 Palestinians trying to collect aid as hunger and displacement reach critical levels. The UN says Israel's latest evacuation orders have shattered remaining humanitarian lifelines, pushing over 2 million people into just 12% of the territory. Meanwhile, ceasefire talks appear to be faltering, with Hamas warning that the rising death toll and starvation could derail negotiations. Earlier, I asked Juliette Touma, UNRWA's Director of Communications, how the civilian killings were affecting her staff's ability to distribute aid. Take a listen to this.
Look at the current distribution that is managed by the American and Israeli governments is dangerous, is not working, it's taking more lives than saving lives in the Gaza Strip. Starving people are absolutely desperate for some food have been killed. We estimate that it could be up to 1,000 people killed since this new flood mechanism started operating just at the end of May. I woke up this morning to messages, SOS messages from staff who were looking for food for days on end before they could find a bag of flour. Our staff are fainting due to exhaustion and hunger and starvation while they are on duty. So the caretakers themselves need care now in Gaza.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Michael Jabri-Pickett, the Managing Director of This Is Dubai, and Deputy Editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, who joins us live from the Isle of Wight. Thank you both for joining us. First, Michael, we'll turn to you. Israel's move that we're seeing today into Dar al-Bala reflects really a military necessity, is what they're saying. But do you think that that's something else as a message that's in there? Because we now are installed ceasefire talks, it seems. So what's the real message behind this?
I think the real message is that Israel can do whatever they want to do. I think that that's the message they want to send consistently to Hamas. And I think that from the Palestinian point of view, it's either death by Israel or death by starvation. Right now, the way that things have operated in Israel for so long is that when Israel says go down to the south, there's the fear that if the Palestinians go down to the south of Gaza, as they've been instructed to do, that maybe that will become a quote-unquote humanitarian city or a concentration camp, as former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert said. Or they are usually staying up in cities that were hit today, because those are the ones that are usually the safest. So now there isn't anywhere safe for the Palestinians to go, and they're stuck because they do what they're told and they'll get killed. They stay and they'll get killed, or there's the threat of that. And for me, the solution is if the international community would flood Gaza with aid, with more and more and more trucks. Then the big issue that the Israelis have with Hamas is that they are using the aid to their own devices. And if there's so much aid, then all of a sudden that issue goes away.
Even when we spoke to Juliet from UNRWA earlier, she did once again say that her staff are under increasing pressure in the region. It's almost impossible for them to deliver the aid effectively, but also safely, because every single day there's something new. And I feel that Deir al-Balah was the last safe hold, and also the last operational hospital is located there as well. Without that, surely the humanitarian crisis is just going to deepen. But in the course of the next 24, 48 hours, we'll see it even worse.
But this has gone on for 21, 22 months. And each day there's something more atrocious and horrific than the previous day. And yet it continues on just as it has since October 8th.
Freddie, how much responsibility do you think the international community bear now? Because there's been these reports of starvation, the rising death toll. Every single day that number is going up and up. So what do the international community need to do?
Well, we've seen another statement today. The United Kingdom has joined a statement of, I think, 25 nations, pretty and unequivocally condemning Israel and pretty unequivocally calling for an immediate ceasefire and an end to the conflict. The problem is we've seen quite a lot of these statements in the last few months, 22 months, as you said. And it doesn't seem to have any impact on the dynamics of the conflict, because Israel doesn't seem to be checked by international warnings. I think what might change now is that America, which is the only country that really can act as a brake on Israel's operations, is concerned and angry. I think last week, the Syrian strikes, there are reports from inside the Trump administration that Trump was very, very upset and distressed that Netanyahu had sort of conducted these strikes on Syria, which is another front in Israel's multi-fronted war. And there's a feeling among Trump officials, and including perhaps Donald Trump himself, that Netanyahu is out of control. And that he's behaving recklessly and in a way that destabilizes the region. If America is able to increase its pressure on Israel, that could have some resolution on the conflict. That could help end the conflict. At the moment, though, I can't see how kind of just statements from the international community will do anything, because we've seen so many.
The external factors are one thing, I guess, Michael, but the safe zones that we're hearing so much about within Gaza seem to become fewer and fewer. 12% of the territory is now what's considered to be, and I use this very lightly, a safe zone. And that is dwindling every single day. Surely the concern, and as Freddie mentioned there, the onus is on the international community to now do something that's going to intervene here, to say we need more space, or we do need an actual genuine safe zone that is not going to be bombarded.
Yeah, and as Freddie said, there was a statement that was put out today by a couple of dozen nations. It was a disappointing statement, not in the language, but it came from the foreign ministers. It didn't come from the heads of states. And I think that the international community can do all it wants. But again, as Freddie said, I think it all comes down to Donald Trump and America. And if they can tell Benjamin Netanyahu, this is the end, this is where it stops, you need a ceasefire deal by this date, that is the only way that I think Netanyahu will stop.
Freddie, there's no clear end in sight, it seems. And even though Michael referenced, we're obviously at these stalled ceasefire negotiations. What do you think the long-term consequences would be, both for Israel and for Gaza, of this operation?
Well, the long-term consequences for Israel are hard to fathom. I mean, some people on the kind of occasionally anti-Semitic, paranoid side of the political equation think that Israel is trying to establish a greater Israel dramatically and suddenly. I'm not sure that's entirely clear, but it is hard to see exactly what they think they can achieve. They can't kill every person in the region who they consider might potentially one day be a threat. Therefore, they are, as everybody has said repeatedly, they are creating future generations of threats against themselves. So their long-term strategy is unclear. I also think Israel on the international stage is increasingly becoming a pariah. And some Israelis might not mind about that. They might think the international community is biased against them and soft and so on. But I think it's undeniable now that not just in Europe, but also increasingly in America too, Israel is seen as a dangerous country and an unreliable friend by countries that did consider it an ally in the past. So I think the long-term consequences are Israel being increasingly alienated on the international stage, although perhaps less alienated, interestingly, in the actual region itself, given the alliances that it's forming with some of the Gulf states.
And Michael, just before we move on this, we're seeing the humanitarian crisis worsen. 19 people in the last 24 hours have died of starvation. It's an unusual tactic to go in on the ground on an offensive move in an area where we're hearing there are Israeli hostages being kept at the moment. It seems like an unusual tactic from the Israeli forces.
Yeah, and it's something that Benjamin Netanyahu is having to face with criticism back home. The hostages, the families are asking the exact same question. What is going on? How is this helping us bring the hostages, both the fallen and the living, back home?
Thank you both very much for your thoughts on that. We'll move on to our next story. Car company Stellantis claimed that President Trump says tariffs have cost them around $350 million. The automobile maker is responsible for brands like Vauxhall, Jeep and Fiat. They've been hit by a 25% tariff on imports to the US. Their total shipments to North America are also down by 25% in the last 3 months, and sales have fallen by 10%. Freddie, first to you on this. Was this inevitable? Stellantis is based in the Netherlands. Do you think you're going to see them make a move to the US as a result of this?
Well, yes, I think it's very possible that they will up their operations. I believe they already have a presence in the US. They own Ram trucks. I think they make them there. But you will certainly see Stellantis and probably other companies too in the next few months, considering a big shift of manufacturing operations into the US, just because Donald Trump isn't budging on the car tariffs. He may be budging on other tariffs. He may be softening some. He may be pausing many. But on car tariffs, he seems very resolute. And that's why you see the price of Ford, an American car manufacturer, going up this year. And you see other companies struggling. Jaguar Land Rover announced quite a few job losses last week. And there's no way that these car companies cannot suffer, these international car companies cannot suffer as a result of Donald Trump's tariffs. And I think Stellantis are particularly vulnerable because they're based in the Netherlands, but they are very much an international global car company. And so these tariffs are almost designed to hurt them for the benefit of American-made, America-first manufacturing.
Michael, these are still very new tariffs, and we know that the game is a long game here, and we've heard Trump's administration say this many, many times over. Could there be a settling down? Could there be a commonality and a middle ground that maybe could be reached here in order to get these imports back up again?
I don't think that matters to Donald Trump. I think he's focused on tariffs since the 80s. We know he's spoken about tariffs. It's one of his 3 favorite words, he said. And he isn't going to change course, I think, much like with the whole Epstein file situation. When his base is affected by the tariffs, by the price of cars, that's when I think we could see maybe a softening. But unless there's a drastic change, he's not going to be running again. This is his last campaign. I don't think he has to worry about making sure that he's in a good position for the next election. I also believe that he doesn't have any great loyalty to the Republican Party. And traditionally, an outgoing president would be asked to make sure they continue to toe the party line so that the next guy has an opportunity to win. And I don't think Donald Trump is too involved in those sorts of conversations. He's going to run the Republican Party the way that he wants. And that means that if he thinks tariffs are good, if he thinks a 50% tariff on Brazil is good because he doesn't like the way they're treating their former president, then that's what he's going to do.
Freddie, we're 6 months in from the president taking office, which was just yesterday on the 20th of January. So you were there for that. You saw it all play out. You followed the story right through until now. On Michael's comment, Trump doesn't care if people are meeting common ground or not. What do you think? Does President Trump care about finding some solution to this tariff problem?
Well, I think he does care a little bit. I think it is amazing to think it's been 6 months. As a journalist, it feels like it's been a decade, just because so much has happened every day in the Trump administration. I think on the future, I mean, yes, he doesn't have to be re-elected unless, of course, he decides to run again, which is always possible, although I think unlikely. But he does have to think about the midterms. And even if he doesn't care that much about the future of the Republican Party, he does care about the threat of impeachment again if he doesn't have the House at the end of next year. And so I do think he does. He will need the economy to settle. At the moment, the word in America is that Wall Street's very happy with the economy. Stock prices are going up in spite of the tariffs. But voters aren't really feeling the joint yet. Trump urgently needs voters to feel that they are entering what he promised, which is a golden age. And he needs to do that before the midterms come about. So I think that's going to be preeminent on his mind. And that's why you're seeing slight change in tone, I think, from the administration since that first 100 days where he just seemed to be turning the world upside down every day.
Many critics, Freddie, as well, in the first 6 months of his position in office. One of those critics, Ellen DeGeneres, has now been talking about her move, leaving the US, heading to the UK. She's spoken publicly about it for the first time. What has she said?
Well, she said she didn't like living in Trump's America, which is a lot of Hollywood lovies and celebrities feel that way. And she said she didn't feel comfortable about gay rights as a lesbian woman in America. I find that a little bit unfair on Trump. I think there's lots of things you can criticize about Donald Trump, but I don't think you can reasonably suggest that gay and lesbian couples are going to suffer serious persecution under Donald Trump. On the contrary, he's actually very pro. I think he has a lot of gay appointees in his administration, and he's very pro them. He's one source in Washington I know calls him America's first gay president, which is obviously a little bit of an odd thing to call him, but nonetheless, it shows that he's not this sort of homophobe or whatever you want to call him. But Ellen DeGeneres, I think, is just she's retreated to the Cotswold, where she was already living there part time. And actually, at The Spectator, we broke quite a funny story the other day, which is that J.D. Vance, the vice president, who Ellen DeGeneres hates possibly even more than she hates Donald Trump, he's looking to rent a place in the Cotswolds this summer or perhaps in September. And it's quite funny if he ends up being on the next door farm to Ellen DeGeneres, who escaped America to escape him.
Michael, obviously Ellen went out in, I'm not going to call it a blaze of glory, but there was a lot of controversy surrounding her show as she exited from that, and there was reasons behind that and accusations of bullying on the set of her show. So do you think she's maybe falling back on Trump as the excuse, but the actual reason may be somewhat different?
So I think I might be a little bit more sensitive to this than Freddie. I believe that you don't have to be speaking out about something to be for something. And I think the critics of Donald Trump will say that he allows things to be said and he allows things to happen under his watch. He allows, various groups to speak out and there are no repercussions. And I think that that environment could be one of the issues that someone like Ellen is facing. But she, of course, went through her own sort of persona non grata experience in the latter days of her daytime talk show because of nothing that had to do with her sexuality. It was just because, by all accounts, it was a bit of a toxic workplace. Now, I think that leaving your home country, you get a better perspective. And is she in a better place now? She might feel like a different environment is a better place, and that's why she feels comfortable.
And she's making headlines again, which I think is a win for Ellen, for sure. Thank you both, Freddie and Michael, for your thoughts on that. Let's move to our next story. To Japan now, where the country's Prime Minister, Shigeru Ishiba, says he will stay in office. That's despite suffering a major defeat in the upper house elections over the weekend. His career hangs in the balance, and he faces the prospect of a no-confidence vote. In contrast, the far-right party, Sancito, has emerged as one of the biggest election successes. It's gone ahead and won 14 seats. Michael, we've seen far-right parties making huge ground just across Europe. Now we're seeing it here in Japan as well, mimicking the EU, perhaps.
So I think because of the popularity of social media, countries around the world will see what has worked in the guiding light. And I think we still see so much goodness that exists in America that the world looks to that superpower for ideas and inspirations. And because of the success that Donald Trump has had when it comes to changing the conversation, when it comes to attacking his opponents, when it comes to trying to defend his base, I think a country like Sancito has seen this, and they've used that to their advantage. And their strength grew from YouTube videos during the pandemic. Now, I lived in Japan for many years in the late 80s, early 90s, and that was at the height of the salaryman lifestyle. And I do know that the youth in Japan have traditionally struggled as they've come of age because there is such a structure to make sure that everybody is conforming. And what this Sancito party has done is given at least a glimmer of hope to some people that there is a different way aside from the LDP. What's amazing about the LDP is that since occupation ended in 1955, there have been 32 Japanese prime ministers. 25 of them have been LDP. They have had a stranglehold on the political system in Japan for so long. And I think people are starting to wonder if there is a different way. Because of the strength of social media, they see how things are changing around the world when there is, a right-leaning party elected. And maybe some of the Japanese are thinking, is this perhaps our time?
Well, he's defeated but not out. Freddie, the current Japanese Prime Minister said he's going to stay on. He wants to oversee these Trump tariffs, the rising consumer prices as well. Is a more right-winged, aligned leader maybe a better fit for a stronger relationship with Trump from what we've seen so far in other deals that have been reached?
It does seem in certain cases that Trump gets on better with a sort of hard man on the right. Viktor Orban, he seems to have a good relationship with. Former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, he liked very, very much. And in fact, a lot of Trump economics are modelled on Abenomics. But it's not necessarily true. I mean, Trump's unpredictable. I mean, he seems to really like Keir Starmer, who's a socialist prime minister for Britain. So you can't really judge it. In terms of comparing the two phenomena, I do think that immigration is the issue in politics, Western politics, certainly at the moment. And Japan is a very low immigration society, but has seen a rather sharp increase in the last decade. And I think you're seeing a reaction to that in the success of the Japanese hard right, or far right, if you want to call it that.
And we're hearing this, what they're referring to as a silent invasion of foreigners in the Japanese first agenda that's there as well. I guess, Michael, there is a regional influence to take into consideration here as well, growing tensions with China, with North Korea. A shift to the right, could that maybe destabilise things in the region, as somebody who's an expert having lived there for so many years?
So a shift to the right definitely could be an issue, but we're talking about so few seats having been won at this point. I would be concerned maybe a generation or two from now if things continue down this road. You know, Japan doesn't have historically the best relationships with its neighbors. Certainly China, the Koreans, those are the two big neighbors for the Japanese. And they have some real issues with the way the Japanese treated, especially the Chinese, during and before the Second World War. So I think that if the Japanese go too far right, it's definitely going to be an issue for its neighbours.
Well, several places have gone very far right. Before we move on, Freddie, I want to throw to you on this. The rise of Sancito here, I mean, there's a broader political trend that we're seeing. We've seen it in the UK as well, when we've had a Nigel Farage throw of support. Is this unique in Asia just to Japan, do you think, because of its social and demographic challenges? Or do you think we're going to see many more countries get on board the right-wing train?
I think you see different manifestations of the same phenomenon, which is an alarm about immigration, a concern about the strength of borders. And in Japan, it takes on very different qualities because the country is so different. It's a much more conservative society. I mean, their idea of high immigration is what a European would regard as sort of almost immigrant zero in comparison. So, yeah, it takes on very different qualities. And also there's this interesting element of a kind of return of Japanese militarism in some political rhetoric in Japan, which is it's a dramatic change for Japan, which has had this very strong pacifist constitution, pacifist system for a very long time.
Michael, I want to very quickly touch on something that I know is happening in the UK right now, and you mentioned it briefly at the first of the onset of this. Sancito have seen a huge rise in popularity because of the fact that they're uploading videos on social media platforms, which is a very young demographic who are reaching these videos. Similarly now, with the voting age in the UK being reduced to 16, do you think we're going to see far more right-wing seats being won in the upcoming elections, mainly because a large proportion of the people who will now be voting are being set and led by what they're seeing on social media? So,
yes and no. I definitely think that social media is going to play a bigger role. I don't think it will necessarily favor right-wing people. I think if you look at New York mayoral candidate Mamdani and the success that he had and why he was so prevalent in so many people's minds is because of his great instincts on social media. The stories that he would tell, he would not have to worry about that legacy media type approach where you can't do that. He would be the one, and I've listened to podcasts where his PR team have talked specifically about how he was there in those rooms, leading those ideas, talking about what we should do. Maybe it would be fine-tuned a little bit by the experts, but it was because of his instincts. So I think what we're seeing now from this year forward, you're going to have more politicians who are probably going to have less experience politically, but they're going to have more success on social media platforms. And that's going to give them that base to grow.
Similarly, Freddie, to you, and where it's a closer to home story, the voting age been reduced down to 16. A very impressionable age, you might think, for young voters who will be eligible to vote in the next general elections there. Could you see a sway towards the right, a huge sway towards the right, more so than we saw in the recent local elections?
Well, polling suggests that Reform are doing better than Labour would have hoped among that 16 to 17-year-old bracket. But I think Labour still have a significant majority of their votes. So it's a clear piece of gerrymandering for Labour. They're giving votes to people who are likely to vote Labour. However, you are right to point towards this interesting phenomenon of particularly young men becoming more right-wing online. And actually what we're seeing is the gender divide that is increasing in politics throughout all age groups is really increasing among young people. So you're getting effectively politics of sex, as in gender, breaking out over all sorts of issues. And that is, I think, one of the most interesting and terrifying impacts of social media, is that it's sort of pitting men and women against each other politically.
Freddie, Michael, thank you both for your thoughts on that. And let's move on to another story. The boss of budget airline Ryanair, Michael O'Leary, has said it may increase workers' bonuses for pointing out passengers with oversized luggage. Ryanair already rewards its staff with €1.50 to intercept large bags on board, but now they're looking to increase this. Speaking earlier this morning, Michael O'Leary said that most passengers do abide by the current rules, but those who don't delay the boarding. Freddie, what do you make of this? Is it a big enough incentive? Currently, it's at €1.50 for pointing out an oversized baggage. No idea on what the new figure is going to be, but will that be enough to make staff go, Hold on a second. Let's get this bag down and check the weight.
It's sort of awful and brilliant at the same time, isn't it? Michael O'Leary he's a sort of demon PR man who through campaigning almost negatively, he manages to draw attention to his brand and his company. I mean, obviously, there's nothing more annoying than having your luggage taken away from you because it doesn't fit into some ridiculously small grid. And I can. There's nothing more annoying than the idea of staff being incentivized, financially incentivized, to catch you out. So it'll annoy a lot of people. But I think if you sign up to fly with Ryanair, you know what you're getting, and that's why it's so cheap.
Michael, Ryanair's profits are gone through the roof, and we've seen this. It's after-tax profits, €820 million for that period, which is incredible. Do you think they should maybe be passing on some of that goodwill to their loyal customers who are using them week in, week out?
I don't think if you're a loyal customer, you would expect that. That's not the way that airline operates, and you know that going in. I think there is, as Freddie said, there's a beauty and a horror in the way that this is presented. And also, the group CEO himself said that 99.9% of the passengers abide by the rules correctly. So he has a business that is only having to deal with 0.1% of his passengers. Now, that's not a big deal. I think this is, I'm going to be cynical, but I think I'm also going to be truthful. I think this is just a great PR move on his part to get the airline talking, or to get people talking, as we're doing, about his airline. And it's an opportunity to also talk about all the other wonderful things. And I think if you are, I looked it up, their longest flight is only 6 hours from Eastern Europe to the Canary Islands. So if I'm going somewhere for 6 hours and I'm getting from A to B safely, that's pretty much all I care about. And maybe I'll even go for the standing room. That may become a reality at some point.
So apparently approved, pending EU approvals, and Ryanair, I'm sure, will be the first airline to introduce something similar to that, because Michael O'Leary and Freddie, Michael O'Leary has said previously, if he could make them stand on board, he could. Now we're seeing a prototype which has been introduced and pending EU approval could be something we see in cabin in the next 12 to even 24 months. He said before previously he would happily charge people to use the bathroom on board if he was given the opportunity, but EU rules and regulations don't allow that. Now the EU is saying you have to allow somebody to bring on board a small bag with them. So is Michael O'Leary simply looking to try and make sure that Ryanair are hitting the headlines once again with a story like this?
I mean, probably, yes. He's been doing it for a very long time. He's extremely good at attracting attention for his company, and you have to acknowledge that his company is very, very good at what it does, which is an efficient, low-cost airline where you know as a passenger you're going to be treated like cattle. I love the idea of having to stand up for a flight. I think that's insane. I'd almost do it just to see what it's like. But I think, no, he has a company that is very effective at what it does, and it has beaten off a lot of its rivals.
Michael, if Ryanair do this, which of course I've no doubt that they will, they run the risk of maybe other competitors coming in and saying, right, we like this idea, let's do the same as well. Are they either saving themselves, or are they putting themselves and pitting themselves against other low-cost airlines like EasyJet when they do a rule introduction like this?
So I'm a big sports fan, and one of the great things about the sporting community, you take Major League Baseball or you take the National Hockey League, and what happens is there are trends. And whoever gets on top of that trend first is the one that's probably going to be successful quickly. But the others have an opportunity to assess, see what worked, what didn't work, what's going to work in the future, and then they're able to pick and choose. So the smart competitors will look at Ryanair as a bit of a guinea pig. Let them try it, and then we can stand back and we can pick and choose the things that we like without having to go through some of the circus maneuvers that Michael O'Leary likes to go through.
Freddie, this is putting the onus on the staff to do this. And as we said, it's a financial incentive on the staff to say, right, you are overweight on your baggage, and we're going to charge you extra as a result, and they'll be paid directly for that as a bonus incentive. What if Michael O'Leary, and I don't rule this out, and again, this is just speculation, what if he gave incentives to other passengers in order to report people who've got oversized baggage. Do you think that would potentially work, and would you be a rat and rat people out in a situation like that, Freddie?
I would not rat. I'd like to think that I would not rat, even if there was a good financial incentive. I'd like to think that I'd not rat, because I think that's very bad form. I think it's a sort of crazy thing they might try and do. I don't see why customers should have to join in on the kind of airline's drive to make the plane lighter. I think I would if I were in a position where I could dob someone in for, let's say, 50% off my next Ryanair flight, I suppose I would be tempted, but I'd like to think I wouldn't.
Michael, similarly, I have to ask you, if it was a free meal on board or extra legroom seat, would Michael Jabry Pickett be willing to rat somebody out?
No, like Freddie, I'd like to think that I wouldn't. But I have an idea for Michael O'Leary. If he really wants to generate a bit of publicity, good and bad, is start charging not for extra baggage, but start charging people for how much they weigh.
A whole other conversation to take it into, but we have briefly mentioned there is obviously no difference in that, because if your bag is 20 kilos or it's under 20 kilos and the passenger is 110, you're 70, should you be allowed the difference in weight on that? And I think risky territory, Freddie, if you were to mention that to Michael O'Leary, I've no doubt that he would implement something similar if he was legally allowed to do that.
Well, in the age of Ozempic and Manjaro, it might be increasingly irrelevant.
I feel like there's a bigger conversation to be had about that unfortunately we do not have time for this evening, because we are moving on. Michael and Freddie, you both have come up with some quirky stories of the day. First, Michael, we'll switch to you on this. Tell us about a Nazi document that's got links to Argentina. What's this about?
So Argentina has a president who is trying to help the country come to grips with its complicated history around Nazis. Now, a little bit of background. So Argentina declared war on Germany in March 1945. A month later, Hitler was dead. So by doing that, they sort of declared their allegiance. Today, Argentina has the largest Jewish community in Latin America. There are 200,000 Jews there. So what's happened recently is that in the storage archival basement of the Supreme Court building, they have found Nazi labor organization membership booklets, 5,000 of them. Now, the Supreme Court statement says that those came in 1941 on a Japanese ship from the German embassy in Tokyo. Critics are saying that's probably not the case. Now, Argentina before and during the Second World War were dealing with a lot of banned Nazi sympathetic organizations. So the suspicion is that perhaps these membership booklets were actually from Argentina. What's going to be interesting moving forward is that as the president tries to come to grips with the country's complicated history, and you have to remember that Joseph Mengele was there,
famously, dozens of Nazi war criminals were given harbour there, right?
Indeed. Adolf Eichmann, of course, was captured by the Mossad in Argentina and brought back to be sentenced, stand trial, and then be sentenced and hanged. So the country is trying to come to grips with this complicated history, and these documents are just bringing some of those issues to the surface. So over the course of the next several months, I think the conversations will be more interesting as both sides try to learn a little bit more about what the country did and what they could have done differently.
Freddie, we'll move on to your story. That is a fascinating story, Michael. Freddie, yours is about a British barber who was wrongly kidnapped, it seems.
Yes. A Belgian barber called Quentin Cedric, I'm not pronouncing that right, but he was thought to have, but his kidnappers, they lured him to a flat in Shepherd's Bush, and they thought that he had £500,000 worth of cryptocurrency because of what they'd seen on social media. That element of the story is a bit unclear. But it's a nasty story, but it's got a happy ending. They beat him up a bit and tried to get his password out of him, and then they finally realised that he only had £6.71, I think it was, in his account, at which point one of his kidnappers reportedly said, "Are you kidding me?" And they finally, after a big ordeal in which they tried to get other amounts of money, I think they finally got £2,000 off him. And then they put him onto a train back to Belgium. The reason the story grabbed my attention is it just shows the craziness of cryptocurrency and the crypto world we're living in, where money is increasingly ethereal and nobody really knows whether someone's a multi-billionaire or is just pretending to be one online. And so the art of kidnapping is becoming harder. And we're seeing more and more of these crypto kidnappings, some of them awful. And actually, people are having vast fortunes stolen. But quite often it's a case of mistaken identity, because the nature of crypto, the word means hidden, is that it is hidden.
And I think it's one of those things, and Michael, I'll pass to you on this very quickly before we wrap up, but I think people who worked in crypto tend to have maybe a lifestyle that's been shown on Instagram and social media, and then the label that they are a crypto bro, but the reality behind it might be, in fact, quite different. And I think that's where the risk runs in. This person may be flaunting something that may not actually be true as a lifestyle.
Yeah, and I think that that's true with just about anybody on social media who might be an influencer or who might want to project something that we know is not necessarily the truth. How many people would we see, especially in Dubai, posing in front of a Lamborghini, trying to put that off as maybe that's one of their vehicles?
I think my parents normally say, fur coat, no underwear. Thank you to both of our guests for today, to Michael Jabri-Pickett, the Managing Director of This Is Dubai, and the Deputy Editor of Spectator, Freddie Gray, joining us live from the Isle of Wight. Thank you both very much. That's all from us on W News Extra. Please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X. And GNT with Michael Prendergast. Michal Prendergast is on the way next. Thank you and goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Berkeley. Known for its world-class university, liberal politics, and cultural and culinary pursuits, Berkeley City. It is but a mid-sized city in the San Francisco Bay Area in California with much to offer. It has about only 112,000 people, but with a great presence and strong reputation. You'll surely find an eclectic mix of cultures in this free-thinking city. It is home to a variety of yuppies, hippies, students, scientists, and activists. Where to go in the city of Berkeley? First, there's the Berkeley Art Museum, with high-profile exhibits regularly on schedule. It's got its own permanent collection and rotating with participating artists too. For a relaxing day in the city, drop by the Berkeley Marina and Pier. It is home to restaurants, sailing clubs, and the park. You will see the view of the popular Golden Gate Bridge and San Francisco skyline. Then, there's the Pacific Film Archive, with one of the most extensive film archives in the world. You'll surely learn about directors that hail from different eras and artistic movements. It is also the venue for the annual San Francisco International Film Fest. Another must-visit is the historic People's Park, a landmark of the free speech movement. Then, of course, there's the popular University of California, Berkeley. It has a visitor center for tourists, and you can go around its 178-acre campus. When you want a taste of the best local produce, there's the Farmers Market. It's got prepared foods as well as performers and booths for local organizations too. Along downtown Berkeley, there are also game shops for hobbyists and gamers. There are specialty shops, some to feature their proudly locally made products. You'll find bookstores around here too. For a taste of Berkeley's gourmet food options, head over the streets up north. You'll also find Pakistani and Mexican restaurants here. The fresh food movement has become quite active around Berkeley. You'll find fertile farms and exquisite wineries around the city too. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today here on Al Arabiya English with me, your host, Michal Prendergast. And coming up in today's show, I'm joined by Kwasi Kwarteng, the former UK Chancellor, who's here to discuss Trump's favourite word, tariffs, as well as the political situation in the UK. But first, I'm delighted to say I'm joined by world pool champion Fedor Gorst, who joins us live from Saudi Arabia, where he's defending his World Pool Championship. You're about to defend your world title in Saudi Arabia. How is your mindset going into this compared to when you first won it in Saudi last year?
I feel like my mindset is in a better place this year than last year or 2 years ago, even like 5 years ago when I won it the first time. You know, as a unexperienced, unmatured player, I would say. Now I feel like my game, my mindset is in a different place. I feel like I've matured a lot throughout the years, and I feel like I'm more prepared than last year.
You've played in Saudi Arabia before. What was that experience like on and off the table?
You know, I've played there last year, was my first time, and really the arena is sick. You know, it's a big arena. You're playing under bright lights. The atmosphere starting from the last 16 was amazing. The fans were super supportive, and I expect nothing but the same this year. You know, I'm ready.
Do you see Saudi Arabia becoming a global hub for Q sports over the next decade, especially with Saudi hosting the World Cup in 2034?
Yes, I think there's definitely a possibility of seeing champions in the next decade or so. Like you said, coming from Saudi, you know, we're going to be playing world championships and maybe possibly more tournaments now in Saudi for many, many years now. And obviously, that's creating that buzz around the game here and around our sport. And hopefully it's going to encourage more and more locals to start practicing and maybe one day become a world champion.
In 2024, you made history by winning the World Pool Masters, the WPA World 9-Ball Championship, as well as the US Open. What keeps pushing you after such a dominant year?
You know, finding motivation is always probably the toughest thing for athletes. And for me to be staying hungry, it's not really about, you know, the money. It's not really about the titles. It's really about the game. And as long as I'm passionate about the game and I just enjoy myself playing, I can only enjoy myself playing when I play good. And when I feel that I, you know, have a bad day or a bad week, bad month, it only pushes me to practice and practice more. So I guess my mistakes is my motivation.
Do you ever let yourself imagine being considered the greatest pool player of all time? Is that a goal that you're chasing? Is it something that helps to keep you motivated?
No, this is not a goal that I would like to chase. Really, it's I don't know. It doesn't really match my personality, I would say. It's not the goal that I will be going after.
Now that you're representing Team USA in the Moscone Cup, after becoming US citizen, how does it feel going against Team Europe, especially once having played for them?
No, it's just more fun for me, I would say. You know, it's a different experience. You know, instead of being a favorite in the match before the match starts, you're being an underdog, and you know, the teams are completely different. It's a different vibe playing in different teams. Also, the way you know, their approach and stuff. I wouldn't say I feel like different pressure or anything. I would just say it's a different experience, and I like this one, playing for the Americans, a lot better than playing for the Europeans.
Pool is seeing a major growth online. How has that impacted your career and the way fans engage with you?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of hype around the game. It's been on social media the last 2 years, and I'm trying to grow my social media as well. And I can see that there is a lot of interest from the younger generation, people online. So I think it affected me in a good way. There's a lot of attention coming from, you know, even from the outside of the industry now, coming to pool. So I think it's going to help our sport to grow overall.
And how many hours are you practicing a day when you're in your full prep mode?
Yeah, just like anything, you know, they say you have to practice 10,000 hours. You got to spend 10,000 hours to do anything, to become a professional at anything in life. And really, I didn't count how many hours I've practiced in my life, but I would guess it's more than that. Now, how much I practice now, it's really it really depends on my schedule. Like you said, no off season. We don't really have the off season. The majors are almost happening every 2 months, and then you have the smaller tournaments, so you're basically staying on the road all the time. And when I do that, I try to practice less just to stay in shape physically. You don't want to burn out just because you want to get better and practice 8 hours a day. But I can say that when I was younger, when I was in my 16, 18s, I was practicing a lot. Even, living back in Russia, I used to practice 8-10 hours a day, skipping school at times. I was just very, very eager to learn and hungry to become the champion, I would say.
And are you following a fitness or recovery routine to stay sharp, both physically and mentally?
Yeah. I work with a few different physiotherapists, I would say. I don't know what's the right word for it. But I have a team. I have a pre-match routine that I do. Usually, we stretch a lot because pool players are dealing with back pain all the time. It's a one-sided sport. I would say just same as golf or archery. Nothing too crazy. We don't work a lot with weights. It's a lot of, I would say, yoga type, light weights, a lot of work with resistant bands, yoga blocks, myofascial release balls and stuff like this.
And what's the best match that you've ever played, and what made it special?
Probably the finals of the World Championships last year. Was the biggest prize that I won of my career, and also the way I won the tournament was so special for me because I came from behind in so many matches, including the finals. So I think it was just the biggest match that I've played in my career so far.
So obviously there's a lot of pressure involved in these finals. Is there any way that you can prepare for that?
I mean, there's no really preparation. You can't really say that you got to do A and B and then you'll get X and Y. I would say what helps me the most is breathing, conscious breathing, just learning how to breathe, to calm myself down in those situations when the pressure is super high. Also trying to recreate somewhat pressure during practice sessions, just to, rely on fundamentals when it's needed. And, just trying my best and learning from my mistakes, learning from my losses, analyzing what went wrong, helping me go further and further.
What's the worst match that you've ever had? And what did it teach you?
The worst match probably was the European Open, I would say, in 2023. I was playing against Josh Filler, and I was first on the hill. We were playing a race to 10, and I was up 9-8. And I missed the 9 ball to win. I missed the final ball to win the match. And I ended up losing the match. I remember just walking back, through the back door of the building because I was trying to avoid all the fans, just to go straight back to my room, just head down, hood on my head. It was raining outside, just like in movies. So that loss I remember probably the most.
And if you weren't a professional pool player, what do you think you'd be doing for a living?
Good question. Probably be a graphic designer.
You were on Joe Rogan's podcast. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of that. What was the experience like behind the scenes?
He's a pool maniac. He's a big fan of pool. He's got 2 pool tables in his studio. He's got about, hundreds of different cues. We chat always about pool. He's always very supportive. He's watching all of my matches. So he's just a really cool guy overall.
Did you get to play Joe, and did he win any racks himself?
Yeah, we've played for like 3 hours.
And how did he do?
Yeah, he was winning in the beginning. It's a high pressure for me to play against a guy like that. I don't know if you follow what Fargo rating is. If I had to rate him, I would give him 650 Fargo.
He's talked about that he's wanted to stream at pool matches himself from his studio in Texas. He wanted to get you involved, as well as many others. Obviously, he has an enormous following. Has there been any follow-up on that idea?
Well, I reminded him a couple of times, but I just think that Joe is just a super busy guy. You know, he's career in the UFC, plus he's super busy with his own podcast now. I just don't see where he can find time for anything pool related, but I think when he does, he will definitely do that because it's his passion.
You've been spotted playing chess as well. Do you see any similarities between playing chess in terms of strategy and how you read on the pool table?
Who spotted me? Well, you know, I do that rarely, and I wouldn't say that I'm a good chess player myself, but I grew up in Russia, and it was super popular, just the game itself. You know, you could walk around on the street and you could see chessboards everywhere, and everybody it was just a fashion thing, or it was the thing. Everybody was playing chess. So I was learning the game when I was a kid. And now I just, you know, in pool there is a correlation with chess because you got to think ahead, you know, 2 balls ahead, 3 balls ahead, 5 balls ahead, sometimes more. And in chess, it's the same thing. You got to predict what your opponent is going to do. And, you know, I just like the tactics.
And who's on your personal all-time Mount Rushmore of pool?
Efren Reyes, Earl Strickland, Shane Van Boning, and probably Francisco Bustamante.
And who were your idols growing up?
It was actually Niels Fine, the player from Netherlands. You know, I was following him in pool, and in tennis it was always Rafa Nadal. Just, you know, they're similar personalities, both super hardworking guys, and both never give up. Maybe that's why I like both of them.
As a pool fan, as a kid, of course I remember Ronnie O'Sullivan, who was playing with Steve Davis in the Moscone Cup. Or would you like to face off against snooker players, and have you ever played against Ronnie O'Sullivan?
No, I've never played against Ronnie, and I really don't play any snooker. Actually, the last time I've played probably was 5 years ago or so. So, no.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. The very best of luck in the tournament, Fedor, the World Pool Champion. Thanks so much for your time here on Arabiya English.
Thank you so much, Michael.
President Trump has suggested that a UK-US trade deal could eliminate the need for tariffs. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'd be surprised if he eliminated them altogether. But there's no question that I think with the UK, that tariff level might be very low. I think in the region of 10%, could even be lower. But I think it'd be very hopeful, very optimistic to suppose that that would be zero. I think there'd be some, forgive me, element of a tariff. But we just have to wait and see what that level is.
And in regards to China, obviously Trump is having more of a protectionist angle. How do you see in the future as this trade war continues? A trade war is good for no one. Do you think he'll attempt to continue to try and bully China in that way?
No doubt in my mind that Trump is trying to exert maximum pressure on China. He feels that China has been a bad actor in international trade. And he's using the threat of tariffs essentially to make sure that they become good actors and, in his view, behave properly. Now, where it all ends, we don't know, because China itself is a major power and has some influence in this. But I don't think they want to see high tariffs on their goods as they export them into the US. And I don't think the US consumer wants to pay any extra or considerably more than they need to. So tariffs, I think, are a zero-sum game for the Americans and the Chinese. But Trump is clearly using the threat of tariffs to try and get China to modify their behavior.
And in regards to another emerging market, we're going to look at India. Despite a significant withdrawal of foreign investment from Indian equities in 2025, sectors like telecom and the financial services are still attracting substantial investment. What does this indicate about India's economic prospects?
I think India's got a very good tech base. You've got some very good engineers, very good technical sort of specialists in things like AI, fintech, and other areas. And I think the movements in the stock market reflect that kind of strength, in terms of the labour market, the very highly educated workforce in tech in particular, in AI, digital. And I think that the stock exchange perhaps reflects that.
We're going to turn to Africa now. The economic growth is projected to surpass the global average for this year. East Africa is leading at 5.9%. However, challenges like inflation, currency volatility, as well as political uncertainty persist. What role do you see the UK in supporting Africa's economic development?
I think the UK has a vital role in that. Clearly, successive British governments have been committed to giving aid to Africa. There are lots of historical links, as many of your viewers will know, through the British Empire many decades ago. Most of Africa is English-speaking. There's the Francophone part, but the British English-speaking part is probably the majority. So there are lots of reasons why Britain should be very much at the forefront of African development. And you're quite right. The natural resources story in Africa, everyone knows about. I mean, that's a huge potential for economic growth. That has huge potential to drive economic growth. But of course, there are difficulties. There's political instability, although I think that's a lot less now than it was maybe 20 years ago. And I think that there are currency fluctuations, and there are also other challenges in terms of the rule of law and anti-corruption drives. But I think the situation in Africa is much more attractive now than it has been in many years.
Turning back to UK affairs, how do you think Rachel Reeves is doing in her position as Chancellor?
Look, I think she's under a lot of pressure. I think they made some serious mistakes right at the beginning. I think the first thing they did, was do a much more generous package for the trade unions in terms of pay than many people anticipated. People like junior doctors, I think, got 22% over 3 years when the inflation rate was running at about 2.5%, 3% a year. There were other aspects of the public sector that were given that kind of support. And in order to pay for it, the Chancellor announced, £40 billion of tax rises in the budget last year. Now, most of that, I think about 25 billion, was going to be paid by business people, by employers. They've tightened the non-dom rules on, people earning money from overseas. So a lot of wealthy people are now leaving the country. And I think this autumn, because they couldn't get the welfare reforms that they wanted, they couldn't cut the welfare bill in the way the Chancellor had anticipated, they're going to have to raise even more taxes. That's the most likely outcome. And we have to wait and see what those tax rises, where they will fall.
And those tax rises, it appears to be a vicious circle. The higher they raise tax, for example, targeting non-DOMs, they're leaving in their droves over to Saudi Arabia. At the moment, that they have just lessened their laws on people being able to buy property there, foreign investors. This is a trend we're going to continue to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think certainly Liz Truss and even Rachel Reeves talked about the doom loop, which basically means that you raise taxes, which lowers growth because it lowers incentives and drives away entrepreneurs, and that means you lower growth, and that means you have to raise taxes even more to pay for your spending, the welfare state essentially. Now, the only two ways you can get out of that is by growing the economy more, probably through lower taxation, less regulation, and also trying to reduce spending. I think that's equally important. But it seems to me that it's very difficult for the Labour government to reduce spending, and they seem to be more inclined to raise taxes, which I think will make the problem worse. That's the doom loop.
And of course, Starmer, he himself has made some peculiar decisions. For example, the one that even I couldn't fathom was in his first few months in power, one of the first taxes was the winter fuel bill to target pensioners. What was the thinking there?
Yeah, that was very weird. I think what they were trying to do, what the Chancellor was trying to do, was to show how tough she was on public spending. Because you remember when I was Chancellor and Liz Truss was Prime Minister, we'd cut taxes aggressively, but we hadn't, frankly, given a statement as to what spending we would cut. And I think the Chancellor came in and said, right, she's going to be tough on spending. But what they did was announce the removal of the winter fuel payment, which for people outside the UK is a payment of about £300 a year for every pensioner. Now, there's an argument as to whether wealthier pensioners should receive it, but to take it from everybody within about 2 months of coming into power, to me was a huge political blunder. And it was such a blunder that they actually reversed the position after 10 months. They spent 10 months arguing that it was the right thing to do and that they were being tough. And then in the end, they decided to reverse that policy. They wouldn't reduce or to remove the winter fuel payment. But of course, that meant that they had to find the money. They will have to find the money that initial policy would have saved. So this is, in a nutshell, is the problem the government's found itself in. It can't reduce spending. It finds it very difficult to do that. Growth is pretty unimpressive, slow. And so in order to pay for the spending, they have to raise taxes. And that's what we will see. That's the movie, if you like, the script we will see over the next few months.
Margaret Thatcher famously said, the lady is not for turning. That doesn't seem to be the case for Rachel Reeves. Do you think she lacks the political will, or is it a form of pragmatism?
Look, I think she's boxed in. I mean, having done the job myself, her room for manoeuvre is pretty limited. She has to essentially work in agreement with the Prime Minister. I think she would have been very reluctant to reverse the policy, but the Prime Minister, I'm sure, would have put pressure on her to do that. And in my view, everything she does, every comma in every statement she makes, is essentially authorized by the Prime Minister. So, you know, they're in lockstep. And if anything should happen to one of them, I think the other will suffer the consequences. So they're joined at the hip. They've got backbenchers who aren't really very supportive, who want a more left-wing agenda, and have shown that they're willing to flex their muscles and vote against government measures. And so they're really boxed in. They're in a very tight spot, even though they've got nominally a very large majority. Politically, they're in a very tight spot. And a lot of what's driving this, and we haven't mentioned them, is the fact that Reform UK are doing very well in the polls. So the government is in a very difficult situation, only 1 year in, and we have to wait and see what happens as to whether they can get out of it.
As you just stated, the Reform is surging in the polls. Do you see this as a protest vote?
Well, it's difficult to say that it is a protest vote. I mean, they did very well in the local elections in May. I looked just recently, they've been ahead in the last 50 or 60 polls. So they've been ahead, I think, the last 2 or 3 months in British polls. So it's probably a little bit too dismissive to say that it's just a protest vote and it'll disappear. Having said that, 4 years is a very long time. That's the time we have to the next election. And of course, you know, they could be under much more scrutiny and pressure. And I'd be surprised, frankly, if in the real poll in 4 years' time, the real election in 4 years' time, I'd be surprised if they do as well as they're doing now. But, you know, many things can happen. And they could easily retain their position. I can see that too.
Do you think Labour and the Conservatives have underestimated the working class anxieties over immigration?
Yeah, I think immigration's been a huge factor in this. And also, you've got to understand Reform UK, the British context, isn't that different from what we've seen in the US with Trump, in France with the Le Pen movement, in Italy with Meloni, even in Germany, you've got the AfD. So what I'm describing is a situation where populist right-wing parties have essentially, superseded or eliminated small c conservative parties. And that's something that we're seeing across the Western world at the moment.
Do you think we're ever going to see Nigel Farage as Prime Minister?
I think it could happen. I'm not saying it will happen, but to dismiss that as a possibility, I think, is premature. If you look over the last 10 years, we've had Trump winning the Republican nomination, which seemed unlikely at one point, Trump winning the general election in America twice. You've seen Brexit. You've seen, as I said, across Europe, many of these populist right-wing parties in the Netherlands, to a lesser degree in Germany and France. They've all polled much better than they have done historically. And this is something which is not just a national or one nation phenomenon. It's something that's happening across many countries in the West. And many people are concerned about immigration from, let's face it, the developing world. It's I hate to be blunt about it, but it's about people who look different, maybe with different skin color, coming in large numbers to historically, traditionally, European countries. And that's excited a lot of alarm and concern among many people in those countries.
And if not an out-and-out win for Reform and Nigel Farage, what do you think the possibility is of a coalition between the Tories and Reform?
So actually, I think this is the most likely outcome. I don't think Farage will get a majority. I think the Tories could get a majority, but they would struggle to do that. And so an outcome where you've got some sort of coalition between the Conservatives and Reform is likely. It's just as likely that Labour could have a coalition with the Liberal Democrats, or, in a more strange world, the SNP. So I think that if you look at the odds today, the chances of a hung parliament are probably the strongest of all the other options. And in the context of a hung parliament, that is when no party has a majority, lots of coalitions and possibilities might be formed. So we just have to wait and see. But I think it's unlikely that any of the parties, given the polling at the moment, will get a full working majority.
And at the next election, will we see the likes of yourself and Liz Truss perhaps defect to Reform?
Well, look, I don't know about Liz Truss. I mean, you'd have to ask her yourself. I don't know what her plans are. I won't be standing in the next election. I don't want to go back into the House of Commons. And I am very much a Conservative. We just have to wait and see how things develop and what happens at that election, which I have to remind your viewers is at least 4 years away. So there's still quite a long time.
We're just out of time at Kwasi Kwarteng. Thank you so much for your time here on Arabiya English.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Naples. Naples, or New City. It is the capital of Campania, an Italian region, and also the third largest municipality in Italy. The city has a population of about 4 million or more, one of the largest metropolises on the Mediterranean Sea. It's the 9th most populous urban area in the European Union. Naples is also one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. Now, what's there to do and see in Naples? First up is to try its great pizzas. It's a must in Naples. The city, after all, is the birthplace of pizza, and the locals take their signature dish very seriously, crafting every pie with love and care and expertise. Make sure you go to a pizzeria that's serving pizza vera napoletana, true Neapolitan pizza, to make your trip to the city worthwhile. After stuffing yourself with pizza, it's time to wander around the city. The historic center is a great way to see the city. Go about it without a plan. The Storico Antico is most recommended, as it is both ancient and modern. It's got a mix of old hills and buildings, and shops and apartments that have been there for centuries. Next up is Italy's 2 most popular sites for tourists, the ruins of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Take the time to look into ancient Roman life. Of the two, Pompeii is the more famous archaeological site, while Herculaneum can appear to be the more interesting one due to its smaller size and because it houses more artifacts. After touring, it's time to eat again. Aside from pizza, there's sfogliatelle. Naples' signature sweet pastry is to die for as well. It is layers of flaky pastry dough on the outside, and when you bite into it, you'll taste the dense filling of sweetened ricotta cheese, heavy and indulgent. You may come across 2 varieties called Riccia and Froglia. The former has a flaky exterior and is more difficult to make. The latter has a smooth outer crust and just as great tasting. These are often eaten by the locals for breakfast, but to some, it might be as good as a dessert. Petra. Feast your eyes on amazing sights in Petra, Jordan. The city offers breathtaking views and scenery that you wouldn't have ever imagined. See the city through horseback riding. You can take a shortcut from the entrance to the Sikh. It is considered the canyon entrance to the city. Petra is known by many names, like Nabateans as Rakhmu, named by the Arab Nabateans who founded the city capital from way back in 312 BC. Petra is also known as the Rose City because of the light reddish hue of the rocks upon which the city is built on. The city itself can be considered as an archaeological city. Just look at its marvelous rock carving architecture and its elaborate water conduit system. If Petra seems straight out of a movie set, then you have probably seen it before, as there have been a number of feature films shot on location in this unique gem of a city. Think of any movie featuring ancient temples set in a desert landscape, and they probably shot that in Petra. There's amazing treasury to be viewed in Petra. There's just so much history to experience here. For instance, the small bumps and outcrops in the rock in the Sikh are suddenly transformed into carvings of camels and the remains of elaborate archways. There's also the Petra Archaeological Park that's worth touring. You can also meet the Bedouin men on camels, horses, or donkeys that may take you on a tour around the city. They can bring you to places where the women will be selling souvenirs for your take-home. There are handicrafts and jewelry, as well as postcards and stones. The residents at Petra are also good in the English language, so it'll be easier for you to shop and bargain. You can also visit a spring monastery. The Petra Monastery has over 800 steps. You can climb it yourself or ride a donkey going up. The trip is worth it. You'll see how grand and big the monastery is. The large cave, the colors of the stones, all breathtakingly incredible. At night, the city is amazing too. Go to Petra after sunset and walk through the Seek lined with candles. It gives the entire canyon an eerie but attractive glow. It's also where you can sit and listen to traditional Bedouin music and stories of Bedouin legend. Denver, a megacity with urban landscapes surrounded by the great outdoors. Welcome to Denver. Denver is capital city of the state of Colorado. It is also considered as its most populous city. Denver is known as a mile-high city because its elevation is exactly a mile high from the sea level. It is located in the plains near the foot of the American Rocky Mountains. Because of this, you can expect good weather in Denver all year round. There's a popular saying that Denver receives 300 days of sunshine every year. But don't be fooled. The high altitude of Denver makes sure that the temperatures remain at a cool range, but at the same time, the air is quite thinner when you are way up there. This means cleaner, fresher air, but at the same time, lower humidity, so always keep yourself hydrated when in Denver. Denver has also some of the most culturally and ethnically diverse populations in the U.S., so you can expect to meet people from many different backgrounds when you visit. What to do in Denver? Go to downtown Denver to experience its hip and historic district. This is where you'll find a huge independent bookstore, Western wear clothing stores, and dozens of brew pubs and dining options. Then, if you want to see the best in Denver's art scene, take a trip to the Denver Art Museum. Or visit the Denver Santa Fe Art District, featuring Denver's finest artists and a monthly art walk featuring rotating art pieces from local artists. Visit the Uptown, one of Denver's hippest hoods, where you'll find the City Park, the Denver Zoo, as well as the Museum of Nature and Science. Tourists may opt for a tourist pass, which lets you visit most of Denver's museums and tourist spots, all with a single pass at a very affordable price. For food options, look no further. The city has countless food rows in every corner, from homey local diners to chic five-star restaurants. Denver's diverse culinary palette boasts of a fusion between American, Italian, Mexican, and even Asian cuisines. So if you're looking for a destination in the United States, make sure to stop by in Denver. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Salem. Not quite the most popular city, but Salem is worth the trip. Dare to explore the city that holds the key to the trade industry. Chestnut Street is lined with grand houses of the wealthy neighborhood. Take a tour around Stephen Phillips Memorial Trust House. Historically, the city is known for the infamous witchcraft trials of 1692, a grisly past. Salem also holds one of America's finest museums, the Peabody Essex Museum. Here, you'll see collections of maritime art, American decorative arts, and the historical and contemporary arts from China, Japan, Korea, India, Africa, North America, and the Pacific Islands. Then there's a huge North Shore area, including the beautiful and historic Cape Ann. It's been designated as the Essex National Heritage Area, with 34 villages and communities in it. The place claims to have the most historic structure per acre than anywhere else in the country. The Salem Maritime National Historic Site, for one, has 12 historic buildings. It preserves Salem's late 18th to 19th century maritime history, which helped establish the United States' economic independence. And it doesn't end there. The House of Seven Gables holds a popular collection of colonial homes. Here, you'll find one of the oldest surviving 17th century wooden mansions in New England, built in 1668. Nathaniel Hawthorne used the House of Seven Gables as the setting for his famous novel of the same name. Moving forward, there's also the popular New England fishing harbor. Called Motif Number 1, it is the red fishing shack with lobster boys, an image we often see of the fishing site. Around it are art galleries and studios, reflecting the magnificent little fishing town. Finally, there's Ipswich, a popular town with antique enthusiasts. Along high streets are shops and galleries worth a visit. You can also end your trip with a walking trail along the long shore of Crane Beach. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Detroit. Detroit is the most populous city in the U.S. state of Michigan. Its metropolitan area is known as Metro Detroit. It is home to 4.3 million, making it the 14th most populous metropolitan area in the U.S. The city of Detroit was founded in July 24, 1701 by French explorer and adventurer Antoine de la Motte Cadillac. It is due to the expansion of the automobile industry that the Detroit area emerged as an important city in the States in the early 20th century. Detroit has a 300-plus-year history and a slate of innovations. As a result, the city has a lot to offer. For one, Detroit is often associated to the inimitable Henry Ford, whose breakthroughs helped give rise to the city's automobile industry. Ford's wealth, interests, and talents are showcased in the Henry Ford. It is a large complex of museums, living history sites, factory tours, and archives. These places will provide you a detailed look into Detroit's past, as well as the family and lifestyle of Henry Ford. Museums in Detroit are top-rated attractions as well. There's the Detroit Institute of Arts and Cranbrook Art Museum. Both of these places regale visitors with amazing works, contemporary or otherwise. Then, there's the GM Next showroom, which are all about cars. You'll find all car types here: vintage, new, and planned. The place pays tribute to the hometown industry, plus it has an IMAX theater where you'll find a mix of technology, documentary, all housed within the complex. For some fun gaming and entertainment, Detroit has a series of casinos that welcome the brave souls who want to try their luck out. For dining destinations, Detroit has the best restaurants spread around the metro. Find comfort food and cheap eats in its college town. The Birmingham and West Bloomfield neighborhoods also give you a new string of restaurants to choose from. Nearby are places that specialize in Middle Eastern cuisine. Detroit has restaurants for fine dining too. Indeed, the city has a little something for everyone. Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the most populous of NYC's 5 boroughs. It is geographically adjacent to the borough of Queens at the southwestern end of Long Island. Brooklyn has a land area of 71 square miles or 180 kilometers. Its water area is about 26 square miles or 67 square kilometers. The official motto of Brooklyn is displayed on its seal and flag. Its motto says, Indrik maakt macht, which means unity makes strength in early modern Dutch. The borough remains home to many diverse communities. These range from Russian enclaves in Brighton Beach and Polish residents in Greenpoint. The arty punks of Bushwick and the bugaboo-pushing moms of Windsor Terrace are also part of their multicultural communities. Brooklyn is also where you'll find the world-renowned Brooklyn Academy of Music, the Brooklyn Philharmonic, and the second-largest public art collection in the United States, and the Brooklyn Museum. Opened way back in 1897, Brooklyn is NYC's second-largest public art museum. Its permanent collection has more than 1.5 million objects that include ancient Egyptian masterpieces as well as contemporary art. Brooklyn also opened the world's first museum dedicated to children in December 1899, called the Brooklyn Children's Museum. It has a permanent collection of over 30,000 cultural objects and natural history specimens. Also part of the top popular attractions in the city is the Brooklyn Academy of Music, or BAM. It has a 2,109-seat opera house, an 874-seat theater, and the art house BAM Rose Cinemas. On the other side of downtown Brooklyn, in the Dumbo Arts District, is where you'll find Barge Music and St. Anne's Warehouse. There's also the Brooklyn Technical High School, which has the second-largest auditorium in NYC, with its remarkable seating capacity of over 3,000. Kuala Lumpur. Malaysia's capital city, Kuala Lumpur is the 6th most visited city in the world. Known for its cultural diversity, combinations of colonial and modern architecture, lively marketplaces, and several shopping destinations. Kuala Lumpur is home to the iconic Petronas Twin Towers, the tallest twin buildings in the world and one of the city's most famous landmarks. The Twin Towers stand at about 452 meters tall. It was designed by Argentine architect Cesar Pelli, who followed a postmodern style so that the towers would be the city's 21st century icon. Surrounding the Petronas Twin Towers is the KLCC Park, which was built to provide green scenes around the Petronas. KLCC Park is open to everyone and visitors can jog, take the children out to play, or just simply relax and enjoy the greenery contrasting Kuala Lumpur's cityscape. If you're fond of shopping, Kuala Lumpur is the place for you. The Central Market is a shopping area for local products and souvenirs. It sells colorful batiks, the traditional dressing of ethnic Malay Malaysians. The Central Market also sells saris and cheongsams because of Malaysia's diverse ethnicities. You can also find products inspired from Buddhism and Hinduism. Other Malay craftworks can also be found in the Central Market, such as daggers and wood carvings. Bukit Bintang is also a place to go because it is one of Kuala Lumpur's major shopping districts. The area is one of the most popular retail belts that comprises of many shopping centers, cafes, bars, night markets, and places to eat. Bukit Bintang is famous to both tourists and locals, especially to young people. Night times are enjoyable in Kuala Lumpur because the city is still bright and alive. There are night markets you can visit, such as Petaling Street, which is only a few minutes away from the central market. Petaling Street is Kuala Lumpur's version of Chinatown. Here, you can find different Chinese food, delicacies, and herbs. It is also where you can buy cheaper versions of Asia's latest fashion. Other places nearby Petaling Street are the Jamek Mosque, an old mosque of Moorish architecture, Sri Mahamariamman Temple, and Pasar Seni LRT Station. Memphis. The city that is the birthplace of rock and roll, visit Memphis. Memphis is a city located in the southwestern corner of the state of Tennessee, overlooking the Mississippi River. It is in fact the state's most populous city with its 1.3 million inhabitants. Historically, Memphis has served as the commercial center and social center, connecting regions in western Tennessee, the Mississippi, and eastern Arkansas. The city is also known as one of the top producers of cotton for the United States. They don't call the city the birthplace of blues and rock and roll for nothing. It is said that blues pioneer W.C. put down the first rhythm and blues in paper here. Elvis Presley also recorded his first song in Memphis and considered the city his home. Memphis also has one of the biggest guitar factories in the U.S., Gibson's Beale Factory. So what to do in Memphis? Well, for the rock and roll music fan, this is where you'll find anything and everything about the king, Elvis Presley. It's a must to go on a pilgrimage to Graceland, Elvis's mansion and home. You can also visit the legendary Sun Studio, the place where Elvis did his first recording. Tours are done regularly, so be sure to watch out for that if you're in town. For a taste of pre-Civil War society, visit the Hunt Phelan Mansion. You can also check out Overton Park, the city's oasis, which is host to many picnics and outdoor plays. It's also the place where you can find the Memphis Zoo, the Memphis College of Art, and the Brooks Museum of Art. The nightlife scene is very alive in Memphis as you walk down Beale Street's bevy of bars featuring the best in live music. One of the most popular ones is B.B. King's, where the late great B.B. King himself performed regularly. Don't forget to catch the sunset over the Mississippi before you hit the bars and clubs. Now for food. Did you know that aside from music, Memphis is also popular for its amazing and delectable barbecue and Southern comfort food traditions? Look for food stops scattered around the city featuring barbecue, pulled pork, steaks, Southern fried chicken, and even seafood. Don't forget to visit the next time you're in town. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabian news.
Pre-season episode.
Yeah. Pre-season, end of season, have a little chit-chat. One thing I've got to bring up, do you hear about what happened to him?
I didn't guess you. Tell me.
Did you know he's going to the Sam Fender concert?
I didn't, no. Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean? He's listening to all the tunes. Going to it. Was it Saturday night? He said he's going, Saturday night. I thought, oh, mate, you'll love it. I've seen him in Los Angeles. He's good. Good concerts. He's good. Songs are good. Real good vibes there. Turns up a day late, doesn't he?
A day late? 24 hours?
Turns up to the car park and everything.
Did you not?
Mate, do you know what happened to me? Alright, so...
Where was it first, by the way?
It's at the London Stadium.
Yeah,
and...
You were at home ground?
So, look, I was actually working on the Friday night anyway. I was Talk Sport, Sports Bar, Weekender. And it was just... I just had it in my head that it was on the Saturday night.
Right.
So I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, So even Adam Cattrall...
Yeah.
He even said to me, goes, Coley, so what are you doing the weekend? I said, I'm going to Sam Fender, buzzing, innit?
Yeah.
So the next day, I'm even in the afternoon, I've got the tunes on, trying to get familiar with the tunes. You know what I mean? So I've heard his tunes only on radio.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, this is going to be a bit different for me, going to a Sam Fender concert. You know what I mean? I don't know how many black people go to a Sam Fender concert.
Go.
But I'm going to be the first.
Trailblazing!
So anyway, I told the missus, I said, listen, we're going to have a great night tonight.
Yeah.
We're going to have a superb night.
Yeah.
Bit of acoustics. Anyway, I'm thinking this is going to be perfect.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I'm ringing up for a car park space. I'm like, listen, I'm coming down. And they wouldn't answer the phone, like the CEO, Graham Gilmore, he wouldn't answer. I'm like, oh man, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And then I call Danielle up as well, CEO's assistant secretary, and she's phoned me back. She goes, so listen, Dan, I just need a car park space. And she goes, for what? I was like, what do you mean, for what? She goes, nah, that was last night, Colton.
I need this guy.
I was like, oh, my missus was sitting next to me there. I was like, oh, okay, all right. I'll call you back, yeah? Yeah? All right, cool. I've got to put the phone down. I've got up, yeah? I've gone toilet to think about it. I've gone toilet to say, how am I breaking? My missus has gone to Zara and got a new outfit. So she's thinking, we're out tonight.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, we were supposed to be out. So I've come back from the toilet. I was like, babe, you'll never guess what. She goes, what? She knows going up. Because I've just had this phone call, and I've just gone straight up to the toilet.
Do you reckon she knew he's gone to compose himself?
Yeah,
Something's happened. Women know everything, don't they?
And then she goes, yeah, I love God. Well, you know that concert we're supposed to go to tonight? She goes, yeah. It was last night. I was like, and she's gone, only you could get those details wrong. How would you know? I was like, okay, listen, hands up. What else you want to do?
What did you do?
Oh, we stayed in, man.
Okay.
Yeah, we stayed in.
Okay.
And just got some popcorn.
Yeah.
Film out, Netflix.
Yeah.
Chill, yeah.
Netflix is chill.
like, there's nothing else I could do, innit? Like, I wasn't going to just magically think of something else to do that she wanted to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, unless I'd have gone every man's cinema or something like that. But I thought, why go and spend money when could just do this at home? Just chill out.
It's nice
have
chilling
a glass
out as
of
well.
wine. Yeah.
Keep it local. Keep it local.
So, it was nice. We spent quality time together.
Oh, nice. I remember you talking about concerts and being the only black guy there. Remember do you remember we went to the Kasabian gig?
Oh,
and you see the other... This is funny. He's in front of me, right?
I remember this.
He's in front of me. We're walking through the crowd. And there's another black guy and he's gone, what's happening, mate? I think you're right. We're here.
How we here? I don't know.
I remember that.
I think, also, I was the only black guy, in the mosh pit.
You was.
Like, there's all stampeding each other.
You bouncing.
And I'm bouncing. I was like, I'll have a bit of this. I can show the buffalo strength. So I've gone in there, I'm doing the mosh pit. Everyone's buzzing with me. I was like, yeah! This is life. This is living. This is living. Anyway, yeah. So that was my escapade. No, I've had a mare.
You've had a mare, mate. But
it's all right. Quality time spent anyway.
Yeah.
Good.
It's one of his gigs, though.
Yeah. Is it good, Bridget?
It is good.
Yeah, I need to see. I do like some of his songs. This is something I wanted to bring to the people's. Anyone who's listening to this is from London. I was walking down the King's Road. This needs to stop, by the way. I'm going to throw it out there.
Here we go.
With my kids, and then just a melee of people on rollerblades and coming, just causing chaos. Like, do you know what I mean? Cars, nothing can go nowhere. The music's playing, and I'm all for having a party. So I'm like, all right, they're having their fun. Yeah. But then for no reason, I watched these two fellas drive past this car and just slap it like that, and I was slap the car. No, yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like some kind of like
endearment.
I don't know. It wasn't endearment.
Only endearment.
Mate, the geezer in the car. He looked so distraught. Like they just did this, like they're the wing mirror like whacked, and I was like,
yeah, should be doing.
No need for that. So yeah, annoyed me. Anyway. But yeah, that's not why I talked about it.
No, I get why.
I thought I want to talk about that on the pod. That's a liberty.
That is a liberty.
Like, you're having fun. They're doing all your thing. Don't start whacking cars.
No, that's not your property.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah. Or if you're gonna do it, don't do it in the King's Road. Do it at Tottenham. See how you get on. See how you go on then. Yeah. Dan Haringey. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Go on then.
See how you go.
Well, there you are.
Bridgie, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah, really good.
Do you just crack on with this?
Let's get on to it, shall we?
Because we know this man would have been the king of pre-season, wouldn't he?
Me?
No, not you.
Yeah, he's the specimen, yeah.
You would have liked all the competition.
Did you like pre-season?
I know the first few I didn't like because I didn't. Back in the day when I first started, it was run. That's all
first
it was.
Team.
Was
so
run
we talk about first team or
first?
Talk about
I mean
youth?
first team. Youth,
Okay.
I never really did. There wasn't really a pre-season. Obviously the YTS, I guess. Yeah. But I think it was. Yeah, actually, it would have been the YTS because you went in and you trained with the first team, so it would have been then. And obviously, it's just different, isn't it? It's because there's like you used to get like about 8 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 week holiday, and they used to bring you in between for a week. Yeah. So you'd have 4 weeks off, come in and do a week's running.
See, that not everyone. That was Glenn.
Glenn did that.
Glenn did that.
Yeah.
I think that's smart back in them days to do that.
You'd have a long time off, so you'd want to get you in for a week. So my first, I wasn't actually with Glenn. Actually, it was with He did it when I was there, but my first pre-season with Southampton was just literally just go out and run. It'd be a long distance run. It was just run, man.
Yeah.
There was no football boots involved.
Yeah.
But it was like, and I was fit-ish, but I think after that first pre-season when I got fitter, I thought, no, you can't slack it. You've always got to stay good. Because I just started throwing up.
Yeah.
You do so much running, you're being sick.
Yeah,
there's always one or two that were going to be sick.
And
I used to see that. I used to see some of my teammates being sick, like literally doing a run, and then they'll shoot off into the bush or something like that, and just puke up. I'm like, mate, that's that. And I couldn't understand it. I was like, how are you puking up? Well, you've run so much, you're puking. Like I couldn't understand it because I weren't the fittest. But maybe I didn't push myself as much as they did.
Yeah,
I don't know what it was.
I was never. I was never.
Lewis Ball Morty, always.
Really?
Season, yeah.
Really? But, like, just going back to pre-season and the first, how it's evolved and changed, because you're right, when I remember Frank Lampard Sr., he must have been in his mid to late 40s when he was assistant manager to me at Harry. Maybe, about that, probably that, right? But he was a really fit man, probably like Bridgie now, you know what I mean? So he's like, he used to do the run. So we turned up, my first pre-season, I turned up with Harry Redknapp. And basically I went with the first team and it was like, right, Hainault Forest, follow Frank. And I'm just thinking, like, there was no...
No guidance.
No guidance.
You just run.
Run. And so he'd go off and you don't know when he's going to stop. Yeah. You had no, like, we're going to do, like, this sets of this. And sometimes it'll be half hour, sometimes it'll be 2 hours. And I don't know how much distance we covered. You have no idea. It was just survival of the fittest. And I remember thinking... The dark thoughts in my mind during that run were like, I'm never going to be a player. I can't keep up with this 45-year-old man. Do you know what I mean? And it's actually detrimental. It's not football fitness, is it? It's just this test your mentality. Yeah. And who keeps going.
You didn't know that at the time, though.
No, I don't think... So, will I say his name? Yeah, Izzy, my pal. Izzy Erekpin, right? Great lad, right? And I remember Ian Wright coming the next season. So Ian Wright was 36, 37 at the end of his career. So he's gone off on the run, and it was a bit more structured. It was mapped out, and I was sort of middle of the pack, and I was trying my all. And there was like Frank Jr. was at the front. He was brilliant, and I was always middle of the pack when it comes to fitness. But I was pushing myself, and Izzy was running with Wrighty at the back. And I remember so we finished, and like 3, 4, 5 minutes later, they coming in, and Izzy come running in, and Izzy and Wright had his shirt off. Izzy had his shirt off, and I remember Wrighty going, "You shouldn't be with me. You're a 17-year-old lad. I'm 37. I've done my time." Do you know what I remember that? So, but Wrighty was speaking to Izzy the whole way round, keeping him company. But then when he got there, Wrighty sort of like, "Well, no, you need to push yourself." Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And it's like it was a test of mentality rather than fitness, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No, it's always a test of mentality, that one. But at the time, you didn't think of it like that. I remember my first one when I broke into the. Well, I was YTS, and we went to train with the first team, just like you guys would have. And I just remember Graham Lasso, just easy,
gone,
easy for him. Zola, and he was older.
Yeah.
Just gone. And I even remember, even before that, I just remember Dennis Wise.
He was a good runner, wasn't he?
He was a great runner too.
Yeah.
And when you look at some of these characters and you just think these are like our mentality monsters. Like the best ones at the top of that list were mentality monsters.
Yeah.
And you look at them and you think, I'm never going to get to that. That is just like, I know you must have been that guy where you was like the top of the group, top performance, and the younger players coming in seeing you and saying, that's the level. That's England quality. That's elite.
Yeah, I think it was probably my second pre-season. So obviously the first one was a bit of a shock, but I think that's mainly going from
school,
having a holiday time, and from school.
Yeah.
But then after that, I was quite fit anyway. But I remember we used to go to an army barracks, so we have to do a week with the army.
You must have loved that.
Look at the smile on his face.
No, I remember one of the lads turned around to me and went, "Mate, you need to slow that."
You're busy.
You are taking like.
You
need to slow down. You're busy, mate.
You're busy, mate. That's how I always get put out to suppress you. To suppress you.
But you shouldn't really, should you?
No,
Some
you should encourage
you to do it. But it's hard, isn't it? But I think it's when you go into that as well, you don't realise it's such a long season. And obviously, I think times have changed now. But in the beginning, it was you'd get weighed on the last day, and you'd have a £3
gap.
So like anything over £3, you're getting fined.
And
it was per pound as well.
That's
and
true.
There's some players that just go, I'll just pay it. But at my age, I was like, mate, no, I ain't on a lot of money. I need to make sure I'm all right. But
you was money motivated.
Mate, I used to. So going back, you're right. I remember coming back from one pre-season, and God, it was like we had this one. I won't say his name. He was the captain of our under-19s. Right, he was 2 years older than me, mate. And I was like, how have you put on that much weight in 10 weeks? It was like must have been a competitive sport. He turned up. You know, you're looking at him like.
What? Double take.
Right. Harry's come in and said the kid's name. He's like, you're a disgrace. Like, you know, like you think in the current climate we're in.
Yeah.
Look at the size of you. You're an embarrassment to the club, right? And then he said,
embarrassment to the club.
Mate, right? No, listen, the kid's seen it. Like, I don't know. I was like, mate, have you been to Ayia Napa for 6 weeks and lived on cheeseburgers? Anyway, and he's gone. I won't say his name because he didn't become a player, probably for this reason. Anyway, anyway they put him in the black bin bags and made him run round the pitch while we were training, just like. You know what I mean?
That bin bag work. That theory.
I don't know.
It makes you sweat more, but does that actually work?
No, Frank Senior used to do it. Yeah. And Frank Jr. used to do it as well. It's like an old school mentality. I don't know if it worked, but he put the black bin bags on and about three.
It comes a lot from the boxers when they're gaining weight, isn't it?
Yeah.
That when they still do that. But that's just to lose weight.
Yeah. Well, I guess it depends what you're eating as well, because obviously.
Yeah, but some of these guys don't have that knowledge. They just put the bag on.
Yeah, it's dangerous. It's dangerous, really. Yeah, you got to eat well and train well, basically. Yeah.
He was running around this pitch for until he said you're not putting a West. I remember him saying you're not putting a West Ham shirt on until you're a respectable size. Now we're in the now we're in the realms of right. Now, the people who are not football fans, imagine they stumble across this podcast and they listen to this and they've gone, "That's horrendous. He's bullying, and all that, right?" But you're a professional footballer, and it's your responsibility. Do you know what I mean?
Take care of your body.
You know, and in the real world, you can't fat shame people. You can't do this and can't do that. That's all right. But when you're in the environment, he's actually trying to help this kid to never ever get that size again. Yeah. If you want to be a footballer, he didn't make it as a footballer, this kid, whether that's the reason. But sometimes in the world, you need the real truth sent to you.
You do.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know, because you can't live like that, can you?
You can't live like that, and that's the thing is, it's different now because there's no excuse for kids to be coming in at like oversized.
Doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen no more. But because
they've changed so much.
Yeah, because they've got the internet now. They know what to eat. They've got nutritionists on the internet.
Yeah.
So it's totally.
Yeah,
different.
I know you say that, mate, but that changes all the time.
Yeah, you don't know what to eat.
I remember when we first starting out, it was like eat loads of pasta. You know, one minute they're saying I'll go vegan, then it's I'll eat loads of meat, don't eat carbs. I feel like I know there's so much on the internet.
Yeah.
But half you're just like, you don't know what's right and what's wrong sometimes.
Yeah. Well,
I feel.
Well,
I think you're right.
Going out drinking
probably ain't the best idea.
It's not the best stuff, but that was our culture.
It was the culture, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was. Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't. If you didn't go out and have a party, you was like,
there's something seriously wrong with you.
Yeah.
That was it.
Seriously wrong. Yeah, true.
What was he like? Why is he not coming to socialise with the lads? And end of season parties, everyone's get boozing. You know what I mean? And it's just the way it was. But I remember what I used to do as I started getting experience in this game.
Yeah.
You start to do certain things, and different managers have different things at the end of the season what they do. So yours was testing your fat, and you got that £3 thing. Ours was we do bleep test.
Yeah.
So when the bleep test come out, and you're thinking, I used to love bleep test as well. I don't know
really?
something about. Yeah, I just like.
I used to like it as a challenge as well. Yeah.
I just wanted
weirdos.
I didn't mind doing it. I didn't mind doing it. Like there would be days like, I don't want to do bleep test today, and they just put it on you, but you do it, innit? But one thing is that. Oh, it's Tony Gell, what a legend. So I bet he's got some stories about pre-season.
He probably has.
Yeah. So when what I used to start doing is, so we do the bleep test. I used to get a low score. I made sure, so I got to level 10.
Yeah.
Basically, but I know I could do level 17.
Yeah.
But I've got to level 10.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I'm gonna park it here. Yeah. I can't do much more. Really tired. End of season, must be. I got a little knock. So come back. Sports science will say, okay, he's done level 10. When he comes back, he's got to do at least 11 or 12.
Which is insane.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm at 10. I know when I get back, even if I've had a good time, I know I could beat level 10 in my sleep. So then I've come back in their eyes, I've improved.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you just, but young kids nowadays, they'll go gung-ho, they'll go gung-ho on the at the end of the season. I'm like, mate, you're making it hard for yourself.
Yeah.
But obviously, my experience is not to be given out there because you've got to just always
exactly,
exert yourself in the right manner. Don't do as much as you can because my way. That's why I didn't have the career that I wanted in the end. But you've got to make sure that you just do exactly what it says on the tin for these sports science people.
Do you remember? So what happens at the end of the season? Do you remember getting tested like that? I don't really remember that. Maybe I've just...
No, I remember at Southampton having like your weight done and everything.
Remember that? Yeah, I remember that.
But once you're in the England fold, so would have been 21.
Yeah.
From then on, your holidays are just minimal anyway.
2-3 weeks maximum.
Yeah, so you're literally a 2-3 week holiday and that's it. So those 7-8 week things were gone for
years.
How many years really? So I think once you had that holiday, once you got a 2-3 week, it was right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a 2 week right good go now.
Yeah. And what did you do?
You know what I mean?
What did you do?
I went
on
Vegas
your
a couple of times.
Yeah. Vegas,
yeah, a couple of times.
How long? So when you went Vegas,
what's your longest spell in? of partying?
I wouldn't advise you do it, mate.
We don't have to put out disclaimers.
I think it's basically, when I retired from England, I got that holiday back of, oh my God, I've got 7 weeks off here.
Right.
So I just went to LA for 7 weeks.
Did you?
Yeah.
7 weeks in LA. What was you? Was you recording a film? What was you doing? Mission Impossible 3 or something?
I just enjoying myself, really.
Yeah.
I had a really good time. Tried to eat well. Had a few nights out.
You rent a house.
Rent a house. Took a few friends. Just had a real good go.
Yeah. You deserve it, mate.
That was probably just. For me, was, oh my God, I've got 7 weeks off. Where it doesn't happen,
Yeah.
You have 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
Your family, little family one, then a lads one and stuff. It seems very, very short.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd probably say the 7 weeks in LA was probably a bit too much. Mika's actually came, and Mika pulled me to the side after a couple of weeks.
What do you say?
I'm going to have to go home. You're too much. This is too much. I'm going home.
Gosh. I remember Iron Napa, everyone used to go, from the youth teams.
Yeah.
And then I remember, oh my gosh, I was like, so just finished season, everyone's going Iron Napa the next week, and everyone kind of plans it from different clubs. And everyone said, yeah, right, we're meeting up in Naps, yeah? Napa is where we're going. I was like, all right, cool, I'm on it. First holiday with the lads. I'm 17, 18. I'm going with Jermaine Pennant.
Yeah.
Who else was there? Maybe Jolien Lescott was
there.
And then you'll have had John Fortune, Paolo Benazza, all them boys there. And then we all got our own mates, and we go. So I'm thinking, this is a doddle. It's just like going out in London, really, innit?
Yeah.
It's my first lads' holiday. I'm like 17, 18. I'm thinking, I've got this in the bag, mate. First 2 days, I was like, I can't handle this. The drinking, and it was like, it wasn't even proper drinking. It was like during the day, like, and then you go on to night. I was like, I can't drink like that. I'll just have a 2-hour slot. Get hammered and then go home, innit? Like, that's what I'm thinking. But this is like drinking by the pool, and then they got these different cocktails they're drinking, and it's like one was called Monster Munch, one was called. I'm thinking there's different cocktails. I'm thinking, mate. So there was one time I just went to the toilet. Yeah, this is after 2 days. I went toilet. Yeah, and obviously I've excreted. Yeah, and as you do, you look down in the basin. I swear, my excretion was green.
Oh, Coley.
Green or blue. It was like some kind of colour. Yeah?
It's not healthy, is it?
I was like, this ain't healthy, this. I said, I'm going home. Yeah. I said, I can't handle this. Mate, I was on the next plane home.
Really?
Yeah, I was on the next plane.
Bailed out.
Scared me.
Yeah.
Because I've never been... But it turns out that I was drinking that colour drink.
Right, okay.
It was just the amount of us drinking. Come out, like, obviously, it's got to go somewhere. But that scared me. I said, I've had enough of this. I remember getting on the moped. Yeah. I remember getting on the moped, going to tell all the lads, I'm off, I'm gone. And because you used to get mopeds back then.
That was wild, wasn't it? When you think about it, that's wild.
Getting
we feel now we've all got kids and they're going to be going on these holidays at some point. One thing I'll say to mate, no license.
As I say, not as I do.
So please don't do that. We have to improve. Kids don't. We have to improve. Kids.
Yeah, for the people that's passed away.
Yes, it is. It's a travesty.
Had bad injuries.
Yeah, it's a travesty. Mate, there was a few footballers as well. I know that have had that. That's wrecked their career. So, listen, we will put a disclaimer out on that.
Yeah.
It's not as well because it's a long season. Especially if it's a long season, and even if you, I think. You'd always get 3 weeks, wouldn't you? I don't think there's any time I've had less than 3. I think it's always been around 3 weeks.
I've had a couple of times when it's been 2. 2 weeks, and you're like, you go on holiday, you come back, and you go in again. I don't know how these boys now are gonna. They just seem to be playing all the way through.
No, but the thing is, like, if you're an international, what the club usually does is, like, even if you do come back after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they give you like your own. Time off as well, because when sports science come in and they started to realise, okay, this can't happen.
Yeah,
this is going to have to be like structured for the particular international player. So they did try and give you gaps in the season where you get some rest.
I think, and people will have to look up, I think there's a FIFA ruling where a player can say, I need 4 weeks off now. Whether they do it or whether it's one of them soft power things, like, because if you're competing with, say we're competing for a position and I played in the World Cup but you're in pre-season, I'm thinking, well, if I have 4 weeks off, the season starts, I might lose my position to this player. So I don't know if players do actually go, no, I think it's legal. They have to give you 4 weeks off. We didn't get. I never got them options. Yeah,
no, didn't.
But I don't know if I would. I don't know how. Do you know what I mean?
Do you realise though that short time off?
Yeah.
Like the 2 3. If you go and do nothing.
Yeah.
Like nothing, because they used to get given a programme. Sometimes going, oh, go and do this run and go that. I think to myself, mate.
Yeah.
Like. Sometimes you've just got to rest.
You need to do nothing.
Go for a little
mentally
jog.
As well.
But like, do you know you can lose so much in 2-3 weeks if you don't look after yourself.
Yeah.
Especially as you get older.
Food, diet, the drinking, and if you're not going to tick over a little bit,
you lose muscle.
You lose muscle so quick.
Yeah. Again, like, by the time I retired from international football, I didn't get. Well, by the time I got retired from international football.
Not by choice.
Not by choice, but them 7 week things come back. But the kids were with us then, so it was like me and Carly used to go to. We had a place in Spain, and I really like the kids were really young. We only had the 2, and that was lovely, man. I loved that because we was with their family. We had the pool. People would come out to us. But like, I'd be itching after 3 weeks, and I used to go and train at the local.
Yeah, but you love football.
I do love football, and I used to think like, this is not. I couldn't. I wanted to get back.
Yeah, I think sometimes that is where it's because you're not. You're with your families.
Yeah.
Like in the after training that, and you get to see them.
Yeah.
But then you're always with the lads.
Yeah.
You're always doing something. Always training. You're always travelling together, and then all of a sudden it's just stop. And then it's just. It's just totally different, isn't it? You do miss that.
Yeah.
Like when you retire, you miss it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just being in the dressing room with your mates and like what we're doing now. That's why we make this a dressing room. That's why we're here.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
Because we get to talk like how we used to do when we were footballers, and just being around it. It's really empowering. And the thing about it as well, like when you do go back, that first day is like. Oh, I've got to go again now. Long season ahead.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Was there any like pre-seasons you actually enjoyed? Like, what could you? You went to a certain country, or?
I think as soon as I left Southampton, they become more enjoyable.
Oh, I loved them.
Just because it was more football based.
Yeah.
So it was more. Although Ranieri did run us a little bit.
Yeah.
But most of it was with the football, and I think that's what. That's what was tough. It's just going out and just running. I don't think you can beat. Even there was the skies running with a football. You still had a football at your feet.
Yeah. It seemed relevant.
I think that started. The football part. I think it started to creep in when Ranieri came to Chelsea. Then
Jose
when he came.
Football.
He was just. I remember coming into training, and I just saw on the first day. I saw the footballs out. I'm like. Hold on a minute, I'm about a week late.
Which is very possible.
Why are the footballs out already? Yeah. Like, what have I missed? Like, did I get the dates right? Why no one told me I missed a week of running?
You know what was good as well with I thought with Mourinho was it was like
disguised running.
It was disguised running, but the football was always out. But he'd always, and because we'd always be away for a few weeks, he'd chuck a little organised night out in for the lads.
Yeah.
We'll get into that. We'll get into that in the second part. But I just want to quickly ask you, like, was there any? So it went from running to footballs, and now football, the culture's changed. It's football based. At the other clubs at the back end of your career, did you ever do running? Has it completely gone?
I think
it went for me.
I think it's completely gone.
The pre-season now is nothing compared to our first 4 or 5 years as professionals.
But also,
they're fitter.
I remember Gordon Strachan, when I was at Southampton, and we were fit, mate. I remember every time we got the stats up during that season, with the running you do, don't get me wrong, everyone wants to do less running, but we were fit enough, like, and he had us up to like 6th or 7th, 8th in the league. For Southampton, that's like nosebleed territory you know what I mean, for us at the time. And that was, we were so fit.
Yeah.
And we could run all day long.
Yeah, you was a good teammate.
So that was
a good Southampton.
So there is a positive to take from it, as well, because you should like, even with extra time, I think you should be able to just keep going.
You should be able to play 140 minutes.
140 minutes, yeah.
You should be able to play 140 minutes.
Yeah.
But look, when I look back, I just think the real heroes, are sports science fitness coaches, because they can make you have a bad pre-season or an enjoyable one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they are the real heroes when it comes to it.
Yeah. All right, you've been listening to The Dressing Room. That's part 1 with our Arabiya news.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to The Dressing Room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Athens. One of the oldest cities in the world, Athens, Greece, is in fact one of the coolest cities too. What it offers is a healthy mix of the old and the new, promising vibrant people, full of excitement and optimism. Firstly, the city is known for its historical destinations and amazing views. Suwanio is one of them. Here you'll find the Temple of Poseidon, with a bunch of amazing beaches nearby. Tourists flock to the place to watch the sunset over the Aegean Sea. The city is also known for its hip and happening cafe culture. It's still very much the usual way of life in Athens, Greece. Old school neighborhoods still have the little cafes that overlook the Acropolis. Athens also offers its fair share of arts and cultural spaces. You'll find a movie theater that screens both foreign and local Greek films. Libraries and bookstores are around too, with a terrace or an outdoor bar to lounge in. Events and art places are spread across the city. One of the more known ones is the Technopolis. It's an industrial museum where tourists can learn about the work conditions in the old plant and how it developed operations during the 19th century. What's great about this place is that throughout the year, there's always an upcoming concert, party, exhibits, and such scheduled. Looking for the best shopping stops? Kolonaki is the place to be. It offers a mix of designer brands and affordable labels too. Plus, you can always grab an afternoon coffee or have some cocktails outdoors, as there will be places for that nearby. The bar scene is quite upscale and trendy, but definitely worth checking out. Around the city, there are special places dedicated to the nightlife you want. There's a venue for specialty cocktails, accompanied with a lively atmosphere and flowing drinks of various mixes. There's also a place for classic jazz and a chill ambiance. To see the greener part of Athens, head over to the National Gardens. It boasts of a 38-acre area of greenery that is a small zoo, a duck pond, a botanical museum, and a cafe. Definitely a must-visit, especially during the spring and summertime. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Doha, the regional travel hub that connects cities all over Asia and Africa. Rich and extravagant, there are matchless things to do and experience here. For a cultural feat, there's a Museum of Islamic Art. Here you will find the world's finest collection of Persian rugs, Turkish mosaic, and Damascene wood carvings. Walk through the grand halls and courtyards and you'll appreciate the Cubism architect of the Muslim minaret. Doha is also the place where you can see an Arabian oryx, or mahas in Arabic. They have 2 long horns, and their profile is very much likened to unicorns. They are also Qatar's national symbol. Also visit one of the souks around the city. You can sip coffee and just relax. Usually, the outside cafes are the best. Order a Turkish coffee medium sweet and have some apple-scented tobacco. Who knows, you may chance by a passing parade. The souk is also where you can buy jewelry. Amid the 1960s style buildings are merchants of gold, freshwater pearls, and more. You can also have your jewelry custom made here, if what's on display doesn't suit your taste. Of course, you can take advantage of the Indian tailors as well. Have a made-to-measure linen suit for a good price, or even an Egyptian cotton shirt. Come by the air-conditioned malls. In this city, temperatures may soar to humidity levels reaching about 85%, making it too hot even to swim in the water. The malls will come in handy. There will be many things to do anyway. catch a movie, ride a roller coaster, race a go-kart, or even glide down a canal in a gondola. If time permits, it's a must that you drive out of town and visit the desert. You'll witness mountains and slabs of sand that you can drive through with a huge vehicle. Or you can simply hang around and have a picnic. Waiting to see Doha at night would truly be worth it. The bursting colors from the city lights are absolutely delightful to see. The people at night are still full of bustling energy. So if you can't sleep at night in Doha, it's not a problem because the city's full of life. Tired of the land and want a little sea breeze? Come down to the Doha Corniche. You can also come down to the beaches and let the waves tickle your feet. Want to ride a boat? You can find them in the Corniche. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Berkeley. Known for its world-class university, liberal politics, and cultural and culinary pursuits, Berkeley City. It is but a mid-sized city in the San Francisco Bay Area in California with much to offer. It has about only 112,000 people, but with a great presence and strong reputation. You'll surely find an eclectic mix of cultures in this free-thinking city. It is home to a variety of yuppies, hippies, students, scientists, and activists. Where to go in the city of Berkeley? First, there's the Berkeley Art Museum, with high-profile exhibits regularly on schedule. It's got its own permanent collection and rotating with participating artists too. For a relaxing day in the city, drop by the Berkeley Marina and Pier. It is home to restaurants, sailing clubs, and the park. You will see the view of the popular Golden Gate Bridge and San Francisco skyline. Then, there's the Pacific Film Archive, with one of the most extensive film archives in the world. You'll surely learn about directors that hail from different eras and artistic movements. It is also the venue for the annual San Francisco International Film Fest. Another must-visit is the historic People's Park, a landmark of the free speech movement. Then, of course, there's the popular University of California, Berkeley. It has a visitor center for tourists, and you can go around its 178-acre campus. When you want a taste of the best local produce, there's the Farmers Market. It's got prepared foods as well as performers and booths for local organizations too. Along downtown Berkeley, there are also game shops for hobbyists and gamers. There are specialty shops, some to feature their proudly locally made products. You'll find bookstores around here too. For a taste of Berkeley's gourmet food options, head over the streets up north. You'll also find Pakistani and Mexican restaurants here. The fresh food movement has become quite active around Berkeley. You'll find fertile farms and exquisite wineries around the city too. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation. Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The words spoken by the US President are among the most closely listened to in the world. One sentence or phrase can move international financial markets, force heads of state to rethink their policies, and certainly define what America is all about. So when President Donald Trump uses phrases such as the big beautiful bill, or says, in Japan they bow, I love it, the only thing I love about Japan, or quite famously described nations in Africa as S-holes, the world is hearing a rather different rhetoric compared with speeches from past US presidents. My guest today was the speechwriter for Bill Clinton at the turn of the millennium, and can give me an inside track on what it takes to put the words into the president's mouth. But more importantly, as the editor-in-chief of the Washington Monthly, Paul Glastris has a very relevant perspective on how the Trump administration and its policies are having an impact domestically in the US and on the international stage. Paul, I'm really glad you could make some time for me. There's lots to talk about.
Delighted to be here. Thank you for having me.
Well, first, sir, I've got to ask you, the reputation, obviously, the name that you're given a lot of the time is the speechwriter for Bill Clinton, and we'll touch on that because that must have been a very interesting time. But so much is going on in the world right now, and as you're a Washington insider, I want to get your perspective on certain things. How do you regard the atmosphere right now in D.C. in terms of politics, the new administration, and so on?
We've never really seen anything like what's happening now. No president has wielded power over his party to the degree that Donald Trump does. You'd have to go back to maybe Lyndon Johnson, and even there. No president has broken the norms that President Trump has. No president has it's pretty clear, broken the law in terms of the Constitution and been allowed to get away with it by his party in power and by the Supreme Court as Donald Trump. So it's really no precedent like it.
This is so funny because I really wanted to follow up on that particular thing. It seems to the outside world that Donald Trump has this kind of unbridled power. I mean, he's able to, he says it, he does it, or he says it and he doesn't do it. Either way, he seems to hold all the cards. I mean, is it really the case that he is that unchecked?
You know, he's not unchecked in the sense that the markets are bigger than the presidency, right? So when he tried to impose these tariffs a couple of months ago, the bond market disciplined him and he had to back off. He is not unchecked when it comes to international affairs. You know, the Prime Minister of Israel checked him by moving on Iran and more or less forcing his hand to do the bombing that he didn't want to do. Vladimir Putin certainly has checked his every move so far. So he's not without checks, just no check by his own party.
I'm going to get into some of those topics in a moment, but, you know, I want to get your perspective on what seems to be the Republican Party either being beaten into shape, perhaps beating themselves into shape. What is the reason? Is it simply because they're terrified of Donald Trump, or is it because they see him as the only person who can keep them on top?
I think it's a split, and it would depend on the Republican. There are in Washington, I'm not talking about the voters, there's a great base of fandom for Donald Trump out in the country. In Washington, much less so. They will mouth support, they will flatter him behind the scenes. They're terrified, they're fearful, they're ashamed, they're trying to figure out how to ride it out. There are those who are clinging to office in the vague hope that somehow they can keep the country off the worst future. Others actually agree with him on a number of items, even if they're horrified by others. So it's a mixed bag.
Do you think he has actually delivered for the Republican Party?
Well, if the party's number one goal was tax cuts for the wealthy, yes. And I think it's fair to say that was their number one goal, or at least extending the tax cuts that they had passed in his first term. I think he has delivered on long-held, hard-right agenda items like eliminating U.S. aid to foreign countries. I don't think that's a huge Republican agenda item, and I think, again, Republicans here in Washington who know how the world works are secretly horrified, but it has been an item for them.
How do you regard what is often seen as his contradictory paths? He'll take one and suddenly switch last minute with no warning to another one. It leaves everyone confused around him. The global tariffs, I guess, being one example.
So being capricious and being able to change one's mind on a dime and have the world react is part of the fun of power, right? It's the privilege of having so much power that whatever side of bed you get up in the morning, the world reacts. I think there's a certain intoxication with that. But also Donald Trump, though he has ideas that are fixed ideas that he's had for decades, is extraordinarily transactional. And I think everyone tries to psychoanalyze the guy, and I certainly have no better ability to do that than anybody. But I think he is primarily motivated by short-term victory, by hits that look good. You know, he'll ask aides all the time, how's it playing? And by that he means, how's it playing in the media? He wants to be seen as powerful, as successful, and so he jumps on things that look like they'll give him short-term hits.
But if it's ego-driven, as seems to be the case, as you're indicating, then it's not necessarily the best thing for the country.
No. I think it's terrible for the country. Again, though, he does have fixed ideas. He does have a North Star of sorts. His hatred of immigration goes back decades. His belief in the all-powerful, universal utility of tariffs goes back decades. These are things that he's not governing based on ego or his own transactional nature or putting money in his pocket. In many other ways, those things are key. But in issues like tariffs and immigration, that is Donald Trump's vision.
There's an irony, though. He's a property developer, which is so dependent on immigrants.
Yes. Look. I mean, none of it makes sense, right? None of it makes sense. He's attacking immigration, and red state farmers are totally dependent on immigrants. As are many other parts of our economy. Tariffs will, if he continues, undermine the economy, and is absolutely anathema to the big part of the base of his party. Certainly the old Republican Party. Gutting academic research spending might feel good in that it goes hardest against elite colleges and universities in blue states, but it's also hitting purple states. It's also hitting red states. It's terrible for the Republican Party. It's not good for his legacy. In many ways, he reacts and jumps on things that he's not really thought through.
It's interesting you said it wasn't about the money so much, because one of the comments that comes out a lot from analysts is, well, look, he's doubled his wealth, all these deals he's doing. He did a visit to the Gulf region, to Saudi Arabia, to Qatar, and to the UAE, and suddenly there are all developments going on there. His family's in tow. So it seems strange that you don't see what a lot of analysts seem to see as his motive.
Oh, I 100% think that on an array of issues, he is acting to pocket, to line his own pockets. I mean, there's no question about it. You mentioned, the flows of Saudi money and so forth. And you see it everywhere. You see it, the transactional nature of his antitrust policy, right? He threatens antitrust enforcement until someone provides him $25 million for his library, or, the whole crypto thing. He's made billions on crypto after saying, that he thought the whole industry was corrupt and crazy. So he's certainly in it for the money. All I'm saying is there are issues that he cares about and has cared about that aren't lining his pockets. They may be, bad for the country, but they come from a place of his conviction.
One thing that the Gulf has changed a lot. Saudi Arabia has progressed remarkably in the last few years under the Crown Prince. And it seems that they are easier partners for him now. Isn't that the case?
Yes. And, the administration, Donald Trump, has traditionally found sources of money outside the establishment, largely because the establishment would not do business with him. So he was unable for many years to fund any of his development deals from normal commercial banks in the United States. So he was able to get money from Russian sources. I think the Saudi sources in past years have been shunned by the establishment. That makes it more interesting to Donald Trump. And I think there has been a very profitable marriage there.
But also politically, because it looks like, the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and so on, are doing peace with Israel, are making peace with Israel. And that, of course, is better stability for the region. And that also makes him look better.
No question, no question. And his in his first term, his son-in-law orchestrated the Abraham Accords, which, you can debate how well they worked. And he is attempting some kind of peace settlement in Israel. Of course, he and Benjamin Netanyahu are discussing ethnically cleansing Gaza, which probably is not something the rest of the Arab world can get behind. But yes.
I'm curious, with Donald Trump saying he would end wars in a day, the main wars, of course, Russia, Ukraine, still at a complete impasse. Israel has pretty much flattened Gaza and has gone after Iran in a very aggressive way, and also now Syria, currently going on as well. What tolerance will the American people have for America, under this promise of looking after America, making America great again, still being embroiled in these conflicts outside. How much tolerance will people have, do you think?
His base has minimal tolerance for any of this. One of the reasons he's stuck with Ukraine in his policy is he's sold himself as the person who's going to extricate the United States from that. But he can't because despite his offers of a peace highly in Russia's favor, Vladimir Putin is continuing his aggression. The rest of the American public is not so restive about American power in the world. I don't think most Americans see us helping the Ukrainians defend themselves as deep embroilment. The question of Israel is a more complicated one, but Americans are, by and large, pro-Israel. So I think amongst his isolationist base, yes, the rest of the public, no.
Paul, how do you think the dynamic has changed between the USA and Israel, considering that there has been no ceasefire achieved? Israel continues its actions in Gaza and elsewhere, as I just mentioned, and is now being regarded more and more as a pariah by much of the international community. The word genocide keeps coming up. How do you think that has affected the dynamic between the USA and Israel?
Well, it's generational. If you're under 40 and not evangelical, your attitude in general, I'm speaking in general terms, toward Israel is much less warm than those of us of an older generation who knew an earlier Israel. I don't see any signs yet of a real breach between the United States and Israel. The current Israeli government is really testing that.
Is the U.S., as a result of its inactions in these instances, becoming more isolated, morally, if not economically, from the rest of the world?
Yes, 100%. And the rest of the world, which has never been as pro-Israel as the United States, made allowances for the United States policy on Israel at a time when the U.S. was supportive of its alliances. Now we are defying and degrading our alliances, so that accelerates the isolation.
Well, meanwhile, the domestic front is still quite interesting and confusing. If you were to describe in one word the big, beautiful bill, what would you say?
Well, it's a continuation of siphoning of money toward the very, very wealthy, not just the affluent, the very, very wealthy, at the expense of the working poor, with some bonus benefits thrown out there, like no taxes on tips, to make it palatable politically.
What would be the one word then?
Nonsense.
Okay, I'm just curious to see what you would say. Now, in terms of such descriptions, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and Donald Trump's sweeping rhetoric when it comes to the comments and speeches he makes, often analysed, by the way, as outright lies by many international organisations. What do these say about the U.S. presidency's intellectual kind of status and position?
That's an interesting question. So if you look at presidential speeches over the decades, presidents have learned to speak in a more popular way. Complex syntax, large, fancy words have been wrung out of presidential rhetoric. Presidents have learned to speak in the vernacular. Donald Trump has taken that to an extreme of simplification and added to it a shameless level of open deception and lying. That's the big change. That was not typical of presidential rhetoric until Donald Trump.
I'm going to get more onto your career and influence as a speechwriter of US presidents in a moment, but it does make me wonder, if you had to put yourself in the shoes of the person who's responsible for making Donald Trump speeches, what would you imagine writing for him? I mean, assuming he even listens, because there's a feeling that it's all off the cuff and ad-libbed.
So if you watch his speeches, you can see pretty obviously the parts that are written for him and the parts he ad-libs. He'll often read a sentence and then stop and say, that is so true, right? Which is a tip-off that he hasn't read the speech until that moment. So he's commenting on the speech that his speechwriters have given him. And then, and this is not untypical of presidents, then he goes off on his own. And he could leave the speech for minutes, 10 minutes, an hour sometimes. One of the distinctive things that's with Trump is his speeches have become less and less like other presidents who had different speaking styles, if you will, for different occasions and different audiences. Right. With Donald Trump, it's become more and more every speech is a rally speech. So he speaks to European leaders or at the State of the Union with the same aggressive and freewheeling and dishonest rhetoric that he would do just, at a open air speech to his base.
And it seems that a lot of his comments are about himself. And
oh, yes.
Is that quite common with presidents?
No. Presidents are, of course, they have great egos. But most successful presidents learn to make speeches about the audience, not about themselves.
I was going to go back to the Trump administration's policies and the funding cuts in many areas, such as overseas aid, and now education is being targeted. It's lost thousands of jobs, American jobs, in those very important areas. How sustainable is that going to be? Not just the impact of the unemployment, but how the country will operate. When it comes down to that, on a global scale, for example, now with the planned funding cuts in overseas aid, HIV/AIDS would rise up, and of course would have an impact on the USA as well. Looks like that might be scaled back to continue the aid. But what sort of impact is it going to have on the way the world works when you have cuts that are having such a broad impact?
I think it's completely unpredictable. What I can say with some confidence is it is not going to end well, and that it will be at some point reversed. Here's the reason I say that. When you look at the history of presidencies, the recent history of presidencies, poor policy choices, poor budgeting choices, poor management, eventually in ways that nobody could have predicted, lead to disasters. Think George W. Bush and Katrina, right?
Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah. Think Barack Obama and the website for Obamacare, which was a tiny blip of a problem, but, haunted the presidency, his presidency. We are going to see these kinds of, we're already seeing it. You're already seeing examples of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, unable to answer the phone when bad weather shows up. And the reporters are all over it, saying this is the result of budget cuts. Whether it is or not, in this case it was, we're going to see disaster after disaster, and the public will turn. The public doesn't like these budget cuts as it is. The question is, will it change elections in the future? And it all depends on the scale of the disaster.
Was DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, a good idea in the first place?
Terrible idea. Horrible idea.
Why, though? Because people say the government is inefficient.
Well, the government is inefficient. Corporations are inefficient. The government is inefficient for a variety of reasons that have nothing to do with firing your best senior employees. The government is inefficient in part because it over-relies on expensive contractors who have monopoly contracts and charge a lot more. There's a lot that that can be improved by government. What Trump smartly did that the Democrats did not do is promise reform. Gallup polling has been consistent for decades. The average American thinks Washington wastes 50 cents on its dollar, on its tax dollar. And that's an exaggeration, but it's not totally wrong. Trump played on that, and I'm sure won votes on it and got support on it. He utterly mismanaged the reforms themselves. He did more harm than good.
What impact do you think Elon Musk had in shaping this second Trump presidency, particularly in the eyes of young people. Then, of course, he fell out with him, so of course that has an impact too. How did you regard what was going on there?
Well, he handed a tech oligarch the keys to the federal government, all its data, and let him run rampant through it. And it was more or less a disaster from beginning to end, to the point that Trump had to distance himself and get rid of him. So in no way was it a positive. I'm sure like someday we'll look back and something that the Doge did under Elon Musk, somebody will build something good from, but it's pretty hard to see right now.
I did hear you say in interviews that one of your concerns was that basically Elon Musk was using young kids with no real experience,
right,
to judge everything.
So it's the reason generals send 18-year-olds to the front is because they're looking for adventure and they don't know their own self-interest, right? Anybody, with wisdom and a few years under their belt would know that the things that they were being asked to do were illegal and will haunt them the rest of their lives. So they sent interns. It was really quite horrible.
So what was the biggest problem with Doge? What's gone wrong the most? Is it simply that it's targeting the wrong areas?
Yes. The problem with the federal government is not that we have too many federal employees sitting around doing nothing. The problem with the federal government is we don't have enough federal employees with enough authority, and there are many of them, the best of them in the key sectors, overwhelmed. And they're reliant on outside contractors, outside forces. They don't have the tools they need. They're often burdened by procedures that they didn't create that get in their way, that are the accretion of reforms and legislation from years ago. There's very good ways to unknot the bureaucracy, strengthen the bureaucracy, bring in better and more talent, and have a more efficient government. That is not what they did.
Well, the fallout with Elon Musk was quite severe and very public, of course. When you saw Elon Musk tweeting and Xing, or whatever it's called now, about the need for a third party, and in his case, naming it the America Party, what went through your head?
Well, the Washington Monthly's chief political writer, Bill Scher, wrote a quite smart post about this. Musk could succeed. As unlikely as it is to build a sustainable third party, Musk is a little bit like Ross Perot. He's got the money, he could have the issues, and he could make life very difficult for both parties.
Isn't there a need for a third party?
I don't think so. I think there's a need for the Democratic Party to figure out how to win back the voters that it's lost and keep the voters that it has, and really govern in a sustainable way for a while.
I'll get back to that in a second, but isn't one of the biggest problems in most countries that if they're a two-party political system, that it becomes a kind of us against them, and it's usually just countering each other's policies, irrespective of whether they're good or not, or bad or not, and it's simply the public get left out as they fight amongst themselves.
And look, we don't have a parliamentary system in the United States. If you have a parliamentary system, multiple parties can work. It can be just as dysfunctional as a presidential two-party system too. There's good and bad in both, but I just don't think there's any example in U.S. history of viable third parties that don't lead to one party going out of business. We've just been a two-party nation since our founding.
After standing, apparently solidly behind President Trump, are you seeing signs of the Republican Party starting to push back? Is there a sense of unraveling going on now?
No, I don't think so. I think there is always going to be deep grumbling. As I said, the Washington, D.C. part of the party feels very, very constrained and humiliated by President Trump. But they fear breaking from him far more than anything else.
So, Paul, what do you think it would take for a major backlash by the Republicans against?
I think support for Donald Trump has to plummet among Republican voters. And I don't think that's going to happen. And support also among independent voters. And I don't think that's going to happen unless and until they feel it in their lives. And that is economically, that is from these federal mismanagement disasters, the kinds of things that have tanked previous, presidents like George W. Bush, who once was a god to the conservative base of the party and left in humiliation.
So what degree is that potential problem on the horizon with the midterm elections?
We'll see. There's all this debate about why we haven't seen in the inflation numbers and in the economy the effects of the tariffs. We could talk about why that is. Will any of that really take shape before the midterms? We don't know. But if it does, it should have an effect.
Is there any likelihood that President Trump might achieve what he sometimes states as his goal of staying on longer?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, anything can happen. We might not have a democracy in 2028. I think that is still a gleam in the eye of many in the administration. But America has a lot of redundancies, a lot of resiliency. Donald Trump's polling numbers are pretty bad right now. They've been falling since his inauguration, and they don't show much signs of abating. They've leveled off here and there, then they fall some more. If this keeps happening, he's going to have a very bad midterm.
In spite of his first presidency, having its own quirks, people still voted him back in. How do you regard the difference between those two terms?
Well, his first term, he rode the coattails of the Obama-Biden boom, let's be honest, goosed it a bit with his tax cuts, then hit his first really stormy period, and that was COVID, mismanaged it horribly, and lost because of that. There's a great parlor game, what led the Democrats to lose in 2024. First, they didn't lose by much. It was very close. You can't underestimate the power of the voters not liking Joe Biden's age and the really severe pain that working class people felt with inflation. If you're working class, when you look at the numbers, even though median wages increased more than inflation for 2 of those 4 years, if you're in the lower end of that spectrum, the inflation hurt you much more than the wage gains helped you. And people were miserable. The working class has been suffering for decades in this country. They're barely making it. And unfortunately, the Democrats ran into high inflation and paid a price.
I'm always surprised how little is known about the poverty levels in the USA. Outside, everyone sees it as gold-paved as a country, but COVID didn't help either.
No, COVID was a miserable experience for the vast majority of the country. The more you couldn't work at home and didn't have savings, the tougher it was. There were a lot of programs that cushioned it. Once the programs that cushioned it began to fade, that's when people really suffered. And that also coincides with the 2024 elections.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Detroit. Detroit is the most populous city in the U.S. state of Michigan. Its metropolitan area is known as Metro Detroit. It is home to 4.3 million, making it the 14th most populous metropolitan area in the U.S. The city of Detroit was founded in July 24, 1701 by French explorer and adventurer Antoine de la Motte Cadillac. It is due to the expansion of the automobile industry that the Detroit area emerged as an important city in the States in the early 20th century. Detroit has a 300-plus year history and a slate of innovations. As a result, the city has a lot to offer. For one, Detroit is often associated to the inimitable Henry Ford, whose breakthroughs helped give rise to the city's automobile industry. Ford's wealth, interests, and talents are showcased in the Henry Ford. It is a large complex of museums, living history sites, factory tours, and archives. These places will provide you a detailed look into Detroit's past, as well as the family and lifestyle of Henry Ford. Museums in Detroit are top-rated attractions as well. There's the Detroit Institute of Arts and Cranbrook Art Museum. Both of these places regale visitors with amazing works, contemporary or otherwise. Then, there's the GM Next showroom, which are all about cars. You'll find all car types here: vintage, new, and planned. The place pays tribute to the hometown industry, plus it has an IMAX theater where you'll find a mix of technology, documentary, all housed within the complex. For some fun gaming and entertainment, Detroit has a series of casinos that welcome the brave souls who want to try their luck out. For dining destinations, Detroit has the best restaurants spread around the metro. Find comfort food and cheap eats in its college town. The Birmingham and West Bloomfield neighborhoods also give you a new string of restaurants to choose from. Nearby are places that specialize in Middle Eastern cuisine. Detroit has restaurants for fine dining too. Indeed, the city has a little something for everyone. Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the most populous of NYC's 5 boroughs. It is geographically adjacent to the borough of Queens at the southwestern end of Long Island. Brooklyn has a land area of 71 square miles or 180 kilometers. Its water area is about 26 square miles or 67 square kilometers. The official motto of Brooklyn is displayed on its seal and flag. Its motto says, Indrik maakt macht, which means unity makes strength in early modern Dutch. The borough remains home to many diverse communities. These range from Russian enclaves in Brighton Beach and Polish residents in Greenpoint. The arty punks of Bushwick and the bugaboo-pushing moms of Windsor Terrace are also part of their multicultural communities. Brooklyn is also where you'll find the world-renowned Brooklyn Academy of Music, the Brooklyn Philharmonic, and the second-largest public art collection in the United States, and the Brooklyn Museum. Opened way back in 1897, Brooklyn is NYC's second-largest public art museum. Its permanent collection has more than 1.5 million objects that include ancient Egyptian masterpieces as well as contemporary art. Brooklyn also opened the world's first museum dedicated to children in December 1899, called the Brooklyn Children's Museum. It has a permanent collection of over 30,000 cultural objects and natural history specimens. Also part of the top popular attractions in the city is the Brooklyn Academy of Music, or BAM. It has a 2,109-seat opera house, an 874-seat theater, and the art house BAM Rose Cinemas. On the other side of downtown Brooklyn, in the Dumbo Arts District, is where you'll find Barge Music and St. Anne's Warehouse. There's also the Brooklyn Technical High School, which has the second largest auditorium in NYC, with its remarkable seating capacity of over 3,000. Kuala Lumpur. Malaysia's capital city, Kuala Lumpur is the 6th most visited city in the world. Known for its cultural diversity, combinations of colonial and modern architecture, lively marketplaces, and several shopping destinations. Kuala Lumpur is home to the iconic Petronas Twin Towers, the tallest twin buildings in the world and one of the city's most famous landmarks. The Twin Towers stand at about 452 meters tall. It was designed by Argentine architect Cesar Pelli, who followed a postmodern style so that the towers would be the city's 21st century icon. Surrounding the Petronas Twin Towers is the KLCC Park, which was built to provide green scenes around the Petronas. KLCC Park is open to everyone and visitors can jog, take the children out to play, or just simply relax and enjoy the greenery contrasting Kuala Lumpur's cityscape. If you're fond of shopping, Kuala Lumpur is the place for you. The Central Market is a shopping area for local products and souvenirs. It sells colorful batiks, the traditional dressing of ethnic Malay Malaysians. The Central Market also sells saris and cheongsams because of Malaysia's diverse ethnicities. You can also find products inspired from Buddhism and Hinduism. Other Malay craftworks can also be found in the Central Market, such as daggers and wood carvings. Bukit Bintang is also a place to go because it is one of Kuala Lumpur's major shopping districts. The area is one of the most popular retail belts that comprises of many shopping centers, cafes, bars, night markets, and places to eat. Bukit Bintang is famous to both tourists and locals, especially to young people. Night times are enjoyable in Kuala Lumpur because the city is still bright and alive. There are night markets you can visit, such as Petaling Street, which is only a few minutes away from the Central Market. Petaling Street is Kuala Lumpur's version of Chinatown. Here, you can find different Chinese food, delicacies, and herbs. It is also where you can buy cheaper versions of Asia's latest fashian. Other places nearby Petaling Street are the Jamek Mosque, an old mosque of Moorish architecture, Sri Mahamariaman Temple, and Pasar Seni LRT Station. Memphis. The city that is the birthplace of rock and roll, visit Memphis. Memphis is the city located in the southwestern corner of the state of Tennessee, overlooking the Mississippi River. It is in fact the state's most populous city with its 1.3 million inhabitants. Historically, Memphis has served as the commercial center and social center, connecting regions in western Tennessee, the Mississippi, and eastern Arkansas. The city is also known as one of the top producers of cotton for the United States. They don't call the city the birthplace of blues and rock and roll for nothing. It is said that blues pioneer W.C. put down the first rhythm and blues in paper here. Elvis Presley also recorded his first song in Memphis and considered the city his home. Memphis also has one of the biggest guitar factories in the U.S., Gibson's Beale Factory. So what to do in Memphis? Well, for the rock and roll music fan, this is where you'll find anything and everything about the king, Elvis Presley. It's a must to go on a pilgrimage to Graceland, Elvis's mansion and home. You can also visit the legendary Sun Studio, the place where Elvis did his first recording. Tours are done regularly, so be sure to watch out for that if you're in town. For a taste of pre-Civil War society, visit the Hunt Phelan Mansion. You can also check out Overton Park, the city's oasis, which is host to many picnics and outdoor plays. It's also the place where you can find the Memphis Zoo, the Memphis College of Art, and the Brooks Museum of Art. The nightlife scene is very alive in Memphis as you walk down Beale Street's bevy of bars featuring the best in live music. One of the most popular ones is B.B. King's, where the late great B.B. King himself performed regularly. Don't forget to catch the sunset over the Mississippi before you hit the bars and clubs. Now for food. Did you know that aside from music, Memphis is also popular for its amazing and delectable barbecue and Southern comfort food traditions? Look for food stops scattered around the city featuring barbecue, pulled pork, steaks, Southern fried chicken, and even seafood. Don't forget to visit the next time you're in town. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Palm Springs. Palm Springs is a desert resort city in the Riverside County, California, United States, within the Coachella Valley. Palm Springs being about 94 square miles or 240 square kilometers in size, it becomes the largest city in the country by land area. The city is famous for its mid-century modern architecture and the design elements that come from it. You can also indulge in it by trying out everyday activities such as biking, golf, hiking, horseback riding, swimming, and tennis, which are all major recreational activities in Palm Springs. The most popular is golf. There are numerous things Palm Springs is known for, and these are a few. First is that it is considered Hollywood's hideaway. Because during Hollywood's golden age, actors were contractually bound to stay within 100 miles of the studio for last-minute shoots. And because of this, stars like Marilyn Monroe, Frank Sinatra, and Dean Martin traded the hustle and bustle of Hollywood for palm trees and poolside cocktails in Palm Springs, exactly 100 miles from Hollywood. But today, celebrities, the A-list ones, continue to flock to the desert for the Palm Springs International Film Festival, the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival, and the Stagecoach Country Music Festival. This is where you can experience a taste of Hollywood and the desert by touring the Walk of the Stars in downtown Palm Springs. Meanwhile, the city is also a breathtaking place to appreciate modernism design. From floor-to-ceiling glass windows to clean lines and simple designs in its defined architecture, you'll see how the city's design heritage is evident in its structures. Last but not least is the natural beauty of Palm Springs. This is all thanks to the fault lines and deserts to waterfalls and natural oases that surround the city. You can go ahead and experience the desert for yourself via the hiking trails. There are numerous ways possible. But the most popular ones include the Indian Canyon Trails, the Bump and Grind Trail, and the Coachella Valley Preserve. That's the 17,000-acre site with trails that wind through the San Andreas Fault. Definitely a must-try for adventurous tourists. Siem Reap, the Cambodian center of culture. It's got glittering temples, street food that you should definitely try, and bustling markets to discover and explore. Travelers love flocking to Siem Reap, and there are many reasons why. Of course, there's the popular Angkor Wat temple complex, but there are many more to discover aside from that. Just brave enough to explore more of the area to discover what a gem Siem Reap in Cambodia is. The city boasts of a colonial and Chinese-style architecture in the Old French Quarter and around the Old Market. Here, there are the museums, traditional Apsara dance performances, a Cambodian cultural village, souvenir and handicraft shops, silk farms, rice paddies in the countryside, fishing villages, and a bird sanctuary near the Tonle Sap Lake. It's definitely become one of the popular tourist destinations today, with its large number of hotels, resorts, restaurants, and businesses specially made for tourism. But really, most frequent the city for its Angkor temples, which are undoubtedly the most popular tourist attraction in Cambodia. temple hopping is certainly a must-do here. It's recommended that you begin with Angkor Wat in the sunrise, land a spot in either just outside of the temple or inside, right by the famous lake, so that you can snap that iconic reflection photo. And then, of course, you should stop by the floating village. Those that want to marvel at the fisherman's way of life will want to visit Tonle Sap Lake. This, in fact, is Southeast Asia's largest freshwater lake and the place to be to witness how the fishermen live. Wooden houses are built on long, sturdy stilts to avoid possible floods, thus making it an area perfect for fishing. Last but not least is the night market. It's a place you must visit because Siem Reap's nightlife, in fact, doesn't happen at the bars but in this market. The Angkor Wat night market will dazzle you with Khmer artwork, local handicrafts, and sumptuous street food. And it's just a 2-minute walk from the famous pub street, so you can definitely make the most out of your time in the evening. Prague. The largest and capital city of the Czech Republic, Prague. It is also the 15th largest city in the European Union and is also the historical capital of Bohemia. It is located in the northwest of the country on the Vltava River and is considered home to up to 1.26 million residents. The city has quite a temperate climate with warm summers and chilly winters. Some of the popular attractions in Prague include the Prague Castle, the Charles Bridge, Old Town Square with the Prague Astronomical Clock, the Jewish Quarter, Petrin Hall, and Vyšehrad. Also, since 1992, the extensive historic center of Prague has been included in the UNESCO list of World Heritage Sites. Meanwhile, Prague is also frequented for its Czech beer. Pivo, which means beer, and pivnice, the place to drink beer, are just some of the words you need to learn to find it. Prague, after all, is one of the places in the world where beer is cheaper, even more affordable than fruit juice. Prague is a city with a very medieval feel. It is crammed with narrow alleys and cobblestone streets, which have become great sights to see too. The best way to get around Prague is on foot, so it's best to wear the proper shoes for walking. The sidewalks in Prague are paved with exquisite mosaics of white, gray, and red granite cubes, and its full bumps jotting corners and deep grooves. So tourists have to be careful while walking and sightseeing at the same time. Prague is also termed the City of 100 Spires. Stand on the Letna Hill and you'll see a forest of towers stretched before you. Water towers, church spires, donjons, and steeples reach towards the sky. Rows upon rows of drab, prefabricated high-rise apartment blocks stand tall on the periphery, reminders of the social realism style. Indeed, Prague prides itself with several thousands of towers and spires. Last but not least are its historical hotspots. The Charles Bridge bristles with statues and is a popular hangout for visitors. This is where they want to listen to the buskers and buy souvenirs from the hawker stand. They've also got an old town square that's filled with cafes in summer, and the Christmas market in winter is a traditional heart of the city. Las Vegas. Officially named the City of Las Vegas, but more often called Vegas. It's the most populous city in the state of Nevada, the county seat of Clark County and the city proper of the Las Vegas Valley. You've probably heard of it because of its popular gambling, shopping, dining, and nightlife hotspots. But more than that, it is known as the leading financial, commercial, and cultural center for Southern Nevada. It was in 1931 that Nevada legalized gambling, and Las Vegas took the lead to make the place to be for that. Soon after, Vegas went on to make a name for itself as one of the thrilling places to be when you're looking for a place to bet. It's not just about the casinos. You'll find slot machines, poker machines, and many convenience stores right at the airport. Then, of course, there's the Strip, the city's iconic thoroughfare, where you can gamble as you please. There are more game machines, sports, books, table games, and more to choose from. There's the blackjack and the craps, and the roulette and keno. Beginners and frequent visitors alike always have a fun time in Vegas, guaranteed. Another of Vegas's top attractions, quite literally, are the showgirls. They walk on stage with huge feathered headdresses, wear high heels and sequined bikinis. Definitely not a sight to miss. In fact, the showgirls have become emblematic of the city. They can be spotted for a performance in the Jubilee, one of the Strip's ongoing production shows. Speaking of the Strip, it was once known as the Las Vegas Boulevard. It's about a 5-mile stretch where you'll find some of the world's largest hotels. And finally, one of the top things Vegas is known for, the celebrities. Celebs in Vegas come to town for many reasons: to attend events, host parties at nightclubs, or even grace the stages in the shows themselves. Vegas is a place to be to bump into celebs, from the A-list types to the reality show stars. They love to frequent the place to get caught by the paparazzi. And then, of course, the visitors come to the place to get a glimpse of them. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Welcome to the Metropolis.
the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Munich. The city of Munich holds a lot of great mystery, with a dozen of fun and unique things to do and discover. Regardless of your interests, you will surely find something to marvel at, enjoy, and take part in Munich. Most famous perhaps is the Oktoberfest. It lasts for 16 days, from late September to early October. It is a beer festival, celebrating the city's best world-class beers in its huge halls and tents. Many tourists flock to the city for an Oktoberfest experience. Munich is also known for its open green spaces. An example would be the English Garden, a large, beautiful park that you will find right in the middle of Munich. It's a lovely place to visit, whether you just want to see the greenery or you're looking for a place to stroll. Refreshments such as food and beer are also being sold nearby for your convenience. The gardens definitely make a beautiful addition to the city. The Christmas markets in Munich are also popular reasons for tourists to visit. Among the few, most well known is the Christkindlmarkt. Hailed for its very welcoming atmosphere that both tourists and the locals delight in. The market produces a great shopping experience, as local products that make thoughtful gifts are sold throughout. There's also music and dancing to complete the nightlife. And of course, amazing food and drinks, including the world-famous Glühwein. For a dose of history and culture, there are the Munich museums. The city is in fact known for its variety of museums, catering to a vast range of interests. For instance, there's the Old Pinakothek, an art museum. While there's the Deutsches Museum that's filled with all things science. Imagine, there's also a BMW museum specially dedicated to the vehicles. Last but not least are the Bavarian lakes and mountains. Here, you can use your car to zip through Munich's most beautiful lakes. To name a few, the Tegernsee, Schliersee, and Garmisch-Partenkirchen are only about an hour away. You can just sit back, relax, and appreciate the view. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Israel's a small country. It's very tribalistic. They all come together in moments of crisis, right? You're telling me that all these Israeli soldiers are posting on the web what they're doing in Gaza. They're posting it. If you're posting it, it must mean you don't fear being ostracized. You don't boast about it, that you're annihilating cities. You don't boast about it if you feared ostracism. You're telling me when the conscripts come home, they don't tell anybody what was going on in Gaza? Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bangkok. It's the city of angels and the Venice of the East. Bangkok is one of the most visited cities in Southeast Asia. Thailand's capital city brings hundreds of thousands of visitors from all over the world each year. The largest and most developed city in Thailand, Bangkok offers tourists a mix of modern and upscale sights and sounds while maintaining its old charm from its historical architecture and traditions that date back to hundreds of years. One of the most famous is Wat Arun, located on the west bank of Chao Phraya River opposite the Grand Palace. This is a must-see site in Bangkok, as the architectural design is completely unique to that of other temples in Thailand's capital. You can even climb its steep 70-meter high spire, which boasts the best views of Bangkok's skyline. While it is also known as the Temple of Dawn, Wat Arun is best at night when lit up, as it gives off a golden beam of light over the Chao Phraya River. The Grand Palace is the capital's most glorified and world-renowned structure. It was once the home of the Thai king, the royal court, and the administrative seat of government, and was built back in 1782. Marvel at its ancient designs, from the diverse array of Buddhist sculptures and temples that flow through the vicinity. Most popular is the Wat Prakil, or the Temple of the Emerald Buddha. Bangkok is also well known for its busy market scene. Anchored on either side of the river are boats stocked with fresh tropical fruits and veggies, coconut juice, and local food being cooked on open grills. Also popular are the floating markets Damnon Sadwak, Ampawa, and Klong Lat Mayom. Likewise, Bangkok's mall scene is alive and kicking, with enough shops stretching from Siam along Sukhumvit Road to last a lifetime. Also within Bangkok's cosmopolitan urban jungle are the expert tailors that can be seen on almost every street. You can get a tailor-made suit together for just about a week or two at a very reasonable price. Despite the city's known busyness, Bangkok also offers experiences for rest and recluse. Massage parlors can be found all over Bangkok, offering a Thai oil massage, head, neck and back massage, foot massage, and many more. One can also opt for a nature respite from the sprawling concrete jungle nearby within the city. It is known for its lush tropical trees, lakes, and raised embankments that pass unique houses on stilts built along the Chao Phraya River's edge. Auckland. Auckland is known as the city of many lovers, according to its Maori name Tamaki Makura, as those lovers wanted the place so badly that they fought over it for centuries. A geographically blessed city, the New Zealand capital has the appeal of a small town and the style of a modern metropolis. Auckland Museum is one of the country's most recognized heritage locations. The 84-year-old museum houses the most comprehensive collection of Maori and Pacific Islander art in the Southern Hemisphere. On display are graphic textiles, carvings, some of the war canoes, ware or the traditional Maori meeting houses, as well as other 18th and 19th century portraits. Devonport is a self-contained late Victorian neighborhood of historic sites, including North Head, a British fort dating back to 1887. There are also popular cafes and restaurants within it. Find two of Auckland's picture-perfect beaches or climb to the top of Mount Victoria for 360-degree views of the city, Hauraki Gulf, and the North Shore. Waiheke Island is a place for a quick island escape. Worth visiting are the Little Onaroa, Palm Beach, and the mile-long Onetangi. Fancy a dinner nearby with a great view of the beach. A diverse mix of gustatory pleasures, Auckland is also ideal for food trips. The city is a medley of different tastes, offering diverse cuisines from contemporary Japanese dishes to all-American pizzas, to healthy Thai salads and greens. Depending on your mood, you can choose from the elegant dining restaurants, or you might prefer the laid-back alfresco cafes. Shopping also keeps the city abuzz. Specialty stores include rare and vintage finds, from the gardening books and electric furniture, fiesta dinnerware and old photographs, as well as restored goods, such as vintage wooden cutting boards, southern French crockery, and white enamel cookware. There are also classic and one-room boutiques that offer pieces for men and women, with a well-curated collection of shoes and boots to match. You may also find shops featuring own-brand clothes and jewelry for men and women, sold alongside a distinct merchandise mix of non-clothing items that reflect the owner's interests. Berlin. For its exuberant urban life and vibrant art scene, visit Berlin. The German capital features a cultural scene and unique lifestyle that's both fast-paced and relaxed. Also known as the hipster city of Europe, Berlin keeps alive with its alternative cultures and styles. In neighborhoods like Kreuzberg, Neukölln, and Friedrichshain are vibrant places where locals simply chill and enjoy the relaxed open spaces and fresh air. No city in Germany is, in fact, greener than Berlin, with its forests, lakes, and sprawling parks. Berlin is also a city full of history. The World War II, after all, began and ended in the city of Berlin. Most popular are the Brandenburg Gate and the Federal Chancellery, which are reflective of the nation's rich stories. Germany's capital is also home to its major government buildings, such as the historic Reichstag or the seat of the German parliament. Of course, most remarkable are the Berlin Wall, the East Side Gallery, and the Holocaust Memorial. Historical feats aside, Berlin is also hip and happening with its streets of bars and clubs. The city has an active nightlife that guarantees massive parties and events practically every night. But the city is friendly to non-party goers too. It has relaxed beer gardens, small bars, hostels, and art galleries to suit different tastes. Famous as a city of art, Berlin has over 170 museums, including the famous Museum Island, that puts treasures of the world on public display. Tourists often visit Berlin to attend ballets and operas at the city's major opera houses, as well as witness live performances by talented orchestras such as the world-class Berlin Philharmonic. And when it comes to food, Berlin has a lot to offer too. It's a great place for vegans. It has Turkish restaurants and supermarkets everywhere, and Italian, Mexican, and Asian food spots too. Food markets offering snacks, German wine and cheese, among others, will satisfy your palate as well. The neighborhoods in Kreuzberg and Neukölln are great for finding fine restaurants and quiet lounge bars, as well as dozens of coffee bars to enjoy. When it comes to shopping, there are well-known mainstream malls to visit, alongside independent boutiques nearby that offer endless choices for your lifestyle needs. One will also find small vintage stores within Berlin, some even selling second-hand books as well as high-end designer clothing. Los Angeles, the entertainment capital of the world, Los Angeles. The cultural hub boasts of more than 300 museums and tourist attractions. And yes, great weather. What to do when in LA? First on the list is, of course, a behind-the-scenes studio tour at the Universal Studios Hollywood. The most popular attraction offers tourists a chance to explore the Hollywood movie studios, including great 3D experience shows. Next is the Walt Disney Concert Hall, found on Grand Avenue in downtown LA. It is designed by Pritzker Prize-winning architect Frank Gehry, with acoustics by Yasuhisa Toyoda, and has been praised by concert-goers for its stunning architecture and extraordinary sound. The concert hall is home to the renowned Los Angeles Philharmonic and the Los Angeles Master Chorale. Museums and art hubs in LA are also known for housing some of the world's most renowned collection. One may find a repertoire of masterpieces, including works of Vincent van Gogh. For fans of Hollywood entertainment, movies, television, and music, Los Angeles is the place where one will most likely see a celebrity. The secret is to dine at the restaurants often visited by the stars, such as the famous Wolfgang Puck at the Hotel Bel Air. LA is also a great destination for those who love to shop. Popular shopping centers and little kiosks around the neighborhood are frequently visited for great bargain finds. For the ultimate window shopping experience, visit the world-famous strip of stores along Beverly Hills, which is known as a place of luxury and style. Tired of the usual ways of discovering LA? Have a different view of Hollywood by heading to the Runyon Canyon Park, one of the most popular hiking areas in LA. One may also find quieter spots to rest and relax in LA. From Malibu to South Bay are the best beaches in Southern California. The 2-mile-long Santa Monica Beach is also worth the visit, as well as the Santa Monica Pier, the Pacific Park Amusement Park, and the Heal the Bay Aquarium. A true city of champions, one should also catch a game when in LA. Visit the Dodger Stadium, one of the great cathedrals of Major League Baseball and a popular Instagram location. The ballpark has already hosted 8 World Series, and the Dodgers have won 4 World Championships. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.